Greetings, friends and fellow orcs. Iagra, the Orcish Fiddler here, and we are back for some more reading today. And how are you all doing today? I hope that you're doing well. I am recovering from a bit of a long day today. I had a procedure done on my finger, so it's currently all wrapped up and very difficult to type with. So that's not fun. I got some time I have to make up at work as well. I managed to go in for a couple of hours, but today did not go according to plan at all. I had to get up very early, and I had to get a whole bunch of stuff done. The place where I was hoping to get a really good burger turned out to instead serve me charcoal briquettes. So that kind of sucked. And, yeah, today's just been a meh kind of day. Tomorrow will be a better day, though. Hey, Kepasaki, welcome in. How you doing today? Good to see you. We'll give a couple more minutes just to sort of catch up a little bit. Complain about my charcoal burger. And then we'll get on with the story. You wish you knew how to read? Oh, SG. What are we going to do with you? It's going to be very difficult to understand what everybody's saying in chat. They might be talking about you. They might be talking about your expertise in car. You know that? It's very hard for me to type this. But if you aren't already doing so, give Satiated Guria a follow. And let's actually, I do the command for it so we can see what he tends to play, and that is car. He's very good at car. Sometimes he does very late streams of car, but it's always enjoyable just to hang out and see how well he does at car. Sometimes. Hey, Jay Johnson. Welcome in. It's good to see you. How you doing? But yeah, SG is the best kept secret on the internet. But I'm exposing you and your expertise with car. So the more people we're gonna get you a bit of a following here. We're gonna watch you, how well you round those corners and how well you drifts and how many times you slide into the void. Because that happens because physics. Because the physics of car is very physics. But yeah. I will admit I am kind of glad to be just relaxing and streaming and doing something that's kind of low energy, even though it's going to require me to use my voice a lot. So we'll see how long my voice lasts, so I'm going to have to refill my water before I do anything else. But yeah, it's just pre-stream day has just been meh. I'll be right back. I'm going to grab a water now before I forget. All right. Try to get comfortable. Which is not easy in this chair. Maybe I need to pick your brain. SG, what chair did you get again? Because you said it's like really comfy. Is it really best just for playing car? Or like is it good for general purpose use as well? It is an obsuform chair. Let me do the Googles. Obsuform chair. It helps if I type it correctly. What did I type? I don't even know what I typed. Oh, it's obuse form, not obsu form. I just can't read. That's my problem. They're for office and desk work, so not really specifically for car, but can be adjusted to almost any specification. Okay. And how much do they tend to run? Let's see. Oh, you can, like, just build it. Oh, that's kind of cool. It's like building your own PC, only you're building your own... I almost said building your own car. Building your own chair. Val, welcome in. It's good to see you. How you doing today? I hope that you're doing well. Waiting for SG to get too into the streams and streams specifically in a car seat. There are people, and I was tempted to do this, that will go to a car lot, like a... what are they called? When you go to pick apart? Pick and pull yard. Thank you. Go to one of those, grab a car seat, attach it to something so that you can put wheels on it and turn it into an office chair. And apparently they can be really comfortable. You've been thinking about that? Yeah, I was kind of thinking about that too, because whenever I go shopping for a chair, I inevitably get disappointed. I end up with just things that, yeah, it just makes me angry and upset. Find an old sports car with bucket seats. Just take the whole thing out. Yeah. And that's kind of like one of the recommendations. Let's see. Task seating, heavy duty plus 24 hour seating? 24 hour seating? I mean, I do sit in it a lot, but not 24 hours. Let's see, choose from knee tilter, multi-tilter, operator, task chair, drafting operator chair, heavy duty 24-hour multi-tilter, armchair, and side chair. Oh, hold on. Boy, they really do have all arm caps, finishes, literature, custom literature. Excuse me. How much do these things cost? View it, select a model to visualize and price. Do I have to hit build it? Let me hit build it. October. It is October. Okay, I don't think I'll be doing that anytime soon. It starts at $1,500, basically. So, maybe some other time. But SG, that must be a super... That's the 24-hour one. Maybe I should look into ones that are not 24 hours. Maybe I would be okay with a 16-hour chair. But Corgi, welcome in. It is good to see you. How you doing today? Oh, whoop. Sorry. That's the first time that's ever happened. Thank you for helping me make sure that that works, SG. So Satiated Gorilla has a very fancy chair. Not as expensive as the one I was looking at just now. But yeah, just a really good chair. That apparently you can do a lot of custom stuff. And yeah, so I have that in my... I have that actually in my band phrases to keep out the religious types that are really just there to, like, I don't know. What would we call them? Because they're like, they came into Wolf's stream the one time and they were like, yeah, be annoying. That's kind of the gist of it. They were like they came into his stream and they were trying to make him feel bad for being who he is, and it's like, what the heck? Yeah, holier than thou. Yeah, and it's like, that wasn't cool. So so yeah, that's that's a phrase that I have excuse me, to catch, just in case. And I don't usually see that in conversation, so you're the first one to trigger that. So at least I know that one works. Thanks. Okay. Well, I think it's about time for us to get started. Hold up, what does it do? Wait, what does what do? The chair? You want to try now? Oh, no, oh, okay. Yes. No, see, if we're gonna pray something, it's RN Jesus. We've got to praise RN Jesus. But we're not playing a game right now, so there's no randomness to it. The calculations be correct. Yeah, I figure between me being part of the LGBT community and having an orcish avatar, you never know what types you're gonna get. I figure that's one of those things I can just kind of nip in the bud, as it were. Prevent shenanigans before shenanigans happen. Speaking of shenanigans, Argok, welcome in. It's good to see you. You know, Goo? No, we good. You're also got a lot of work stuff in the works. That's good. So we had a productive work day. I'm glad to hear that. Maybe that's... I'm gonna have to... Hang on, let me make a note of that. Because that's cute. Maybe I should make a raspberry emote when I finally commission some art to be made. I'm gonna make a note. Streaming... I think it's under Twitch assets. Yes. Here's my emote planning. Indignation. Well, anyway, let's do raspberry. Yeah. And whatever. TBBBTH, which is getting spit all over everything by making sounds. Okay. Thank you for that, Argok. You've inspired me to add to my potential list of emotes that I don't have an artist for yet. So someday we may have an orc that goes... And then if you subscribe, you can do an orcish at other people too. Alright. So who's ready for some story time? I've got the nice oceany background sounds going. Grab my water so that it's not difficult to reach. Take these now. I'll have to worry about it later. All right. So, when last we left our intrepid duo, when last we left the party, as it were, they had washed up upon Argent Isle after a storm hit their ship. And they've worked to survive as best as they could. As they explored the island, they discovered a party that came before them with some artifacts that can be used to evoke a storm, but at a bit of an unusual cost. So, let's see, we are at section 14 of where I'm reading. If you did miss the first half of this roughly first half of this. You can view it. It should still be in my Twitch VODs for another week. If you miss out on that and you want to catch up, you can also find it on YouTube. If you go to orcishfiddler.com, you can get a link to my YouTube from there. Or just search for Orcish Fiddler in YouTube, and you can find it. So, excuse me. Let's get started. The two men turned in before long to get an early start on the next day, waking as bird calls signaled the promise of dawn so they could eat breakfast, pack some dried food and rations, and get ready. Brax was wrapping his hands in strips of cloth and leather. "Where did you acquire those?" Fraser asked, curious. "Well, those boots weren't going to fit you," he stated plainly, "and they were too small for me. I didn't fancy using them as an improvised water skin, did you?" "Well, not particularly, no." "Well, there you have it, then." He tightened the straps and flexed his meaty fingers, pounding one fist in the other's palm. "I'm not sure what we'll face, but now I can use a bit more force without the risk of injuring my own hands." "Would one of the weapons we found not perform better in combat?" The mage gestured toward the big man's pack, where the short sword, hand axe, and light hammer were hung. They're kind of small for my hands, and besides, these aren't really my style," he admitted. "I could use them, but I might be at a disadvantage. I'd rather stick to what I've honed through training and fits me best." He struck his palm again. "And that's punching things. Well, punching and kicking. You get what I mean." "Yes, I understand." Fraser lifted his pack to his shoulders. It wasn't too bad this time, now that most of their possessions were being left in the shack. "Are we ready?" "As we'll ever be." The sailor led the way toward the beach as dawn kissed the horizon. The route was familiar and the pace steady for the first handful of hours. They reached the campsite around mid-morning, where Brax shifted the arrow he had crafted to point north along the coast to align with the direction they were headed. The two men took a break to eat as the sun approached its zenith, then continued their journey, with no issues until the village came into sight around mid-afternoon. Brax paused to take in the distant village. "Normally there would be signs of activity this time of day," he rumbled. "But as we expected, it looks pretty quiet." He turned his attention to Fraser. "How long does your barrier jacket last?" "About a third of the day." "You might want to go about putting it on then." Nodding grimly, he first layered the absorbent barrier, then the protective armor barrier. His body glimmered briefly with sapphire light before fading. "I am ready," he announced. Brax nodded, focusing his own mind on defense before leading before leading the way carefully ahead. The sounds of seabirds, the crashing waves, and the wind were all that greeted them as they crunched forward in the sand. They caught sight of the first signs there was once life in front of a fisherman's shack where the large, bleached skeleton of a bestial race lay. "A Rakan, going by the draconic skull," Brax said as he knelt to examine it. No light lit the creature's eyes, but there was no telling if it was asleep or merely dead. Scraps that may have once been clothing hung in tatters from the bones. "Look in the sand." Fraser pointed to a meandering trail leading to where the body lay. "That's fresh. Tracks from last night, I am certain. Considering the condition of these bones, it's safe to say that this one is accursed." He took a step away from it, wary. "Agreed." The Uruk hesitated a moment, then placed the palm of his hand on the skull. It did not respond. "I sense nothing from this creature. Not like the waves of hatred that were emanating from that artifact and intruding on the mind. Whatever power gave these dead people their unlife, it's infused into the body and is just a part of them now. It would appear that they sleep during the day, given this one has not risen to attack us." Fraser clutched at his crystal blue pendant, relief plain in his voice. So far. He tapped on the skull to try to wake it, but again got no response. He's a big one, looks around my height. I would not have wanted to fight him when he was alive, let alone dead. What should we do about him? Brax stood, brushing his hands off. We could just break the bones down? It feels weird killing a creature in its sleep that's already dead. Like it's not the honorable thing to do. But we're looking to survive here. How will we know it's dead? Fraser hesitantly approached. Should I try an arcane art? Brax nodded, adopting a combat stance. Stand back when you do, and be ready to run in case we set off the whole village. All right. He took a shuddering breath, then pointed a finger at the Arakan's bones. Heg! A piercing ray of frost blasted the creature's skull, causing it to crack and fragment. A dull red glow blinked into existence within the eye sockets, and the creature's great skeleton began to stir. Shit! Acting quickly, Brax leaped upon the creature's back, hitting it, and then started bashing its skull. Bone fragmented and collapsed as the brittle remains yielded under the Uruk's fists, and the light in the creature's eyes flickered and faded. Its body lay still, the bones disconnecting from each other, as though a marionette had its strings cut. Well then, Fraser was shaking as their experiment concluded. I think we've both learned a valuable lesson today. Yes, these things just sleep, and we need to tread carefully lest we wake them. Brax rose to his feet, bones shifting and scattering as he did so. But as long as we didn't wake the whole village just now, this makes the task far more manageable. The two men stopped to listen and look around them. They could see occasional skeletal bodies scattered around like toys around the village, but none appeared to stir. And the only sounds that reached their ears continued to be that of nature. Let's be careful as we explore, said Brax finally. The two men The two men entered the fisherman's hut. The inside was simple, with one large room serving as a parlor, workroom, and kitchen. Two areas to each side separated with partitions that served as sleeping areas, and a door in the back led to a tiny pantry. Do you sense that malignant force, like you did from the artifact we destroyed? Asked Fraser, as he lifted a blanket from one of the bunks. No, the Uruk replied. If there's another artifact here, then it's likely dormant. Looks like another body here. He scowled at the discovery. Fraser hastened to join him, carrying a large pair of mid-calf sandals. Oh. He covered his mouth, distressed by the sight. Bones, fur, and desiccated scraps of flesh lay in a large bunk. Clothes and blankets hardened by putrid fluids long since soaked into them and dried. Looks like a mantinid body, said Brax, gesturing to the bear-like skull. It looks like he rotted where he laid. The air is stale and there's a smell of old death in here. Been dead for a while. I imagine it would match the timeline of when contact with the island was lost, Fraser agreed. Yeah. What's that you found there? Brax turned to the mage. Figured you might want to try them on. They're pretty large. Fraser offered the clothing item. Probably from that Arakan fellow out there. He brushed off the dusty leather. Oh, here, permit me. Fraser used his cleansing cantrip on both the footwear and on Brax so as not to get sand all over them from his bare feet. Thanks. He pulled on one of the sandals. Wait. Nope, I just don't know how to read. Let me try that again. Thanks. He pulled one of the sandals on and tightened the leather straps. Well, they're a hair small, but good enough for now. He put the other one on and walked around to test their fit. The only reason they work at all is because Arakan tend to favor open-toed footwear on account of the claws at the end of their toes. He wiggled his own toes to emphasize. They took a few minutes to search the rest of the hut. The contents of the pantry had long since decayed, save for old jars of pickled fish. I don't think we're desperate for food, Brax stated, examining a box of spices that had lost their potency. Let's keep moving. They're taking the hobbits to Isengard. Wrong fantasy novel. Mine's much shorter. A moment, please, Brax. Fraser held up a net of thin weave. This is of unusually fine make, considering the contents of everything else we've found in this shack has been so roughly assembled. Permit me a few minutes to determine if it has been woven with an arcane enchantment. Alright, but I'm going to keep looking around. As Fraser prepared his arcane art, forming a ritual cynosure in the center of the main room, Brax continued searching the shack for anything of interest. The Arakan's clothing, while closer in size to anything they had discovered so far, was still too snug for the Uruk's liking. As it was, he was starting to dislike the leather straps bound around his wide feet, and he tugged on them to adjust them. Excuse me. Ha! As I suspected, it has been infused with arcane energies. Fraser held the large fishing net up, triumph in his voice. Well, that's great. Brax joined him and picked up a piece of the netting. So, what does it do? That requires a different art for me to discern. Brax dropped the item, perturbed. Look, can we just keep moving? I don't want to spend all days in this one shack. Right, of course. He hastily bunched the net up and put it into his pack. Once outside, they made sure the Arakan skeleton was just as dead as before, then took a few steps to follow its trail back toward the main village. I'd like to give the place its paces, paint the broad strokes first, you know. We'll be able to manage our time a lot better if we can identify buildings that are likely to have something of value, be it artifact or otherwise, first. Excuse me. That sounds like a fair plan. Fraser nodded, staring down at the trail the Arakan left in the sand. Within the span of half a chime, the two men paced carefully around the village to get a feel for its layout, giving any dormant skeletons lying on the ground sufficient leeway. They had agreed that smashing them all would take more time, and since the skeletons weren't active yet, the two men still had plenty of daylight left. I'm sorry, let me try that again. They had agreed that smashing them all would take more time, and since the skeletons weren't active yet, and the two men still had plenty of daylight left, that particular task could wait. Let's check in there next, Brax suggested, pointing to what appeared to be a smithy. Maybe we can find a big hammer to make that task easier. The door to the workshop was open, and a body lay face down in the dirt floor. There's similar evidence that this one has been moving about, said Fraser, pointing to scuffs in the dirt floor leading to the remains. Should we go ahead and take this one out? Hold on a second here. Excuse me. Brax flipped the body over, then stood suddenly. His action did not seem to wake the creature, and the creature's tusked jaw rested slack. She is of my kin, she murmured. Or he murmured. Your kin? Fraser approached hesitantly. She? Smaller tusks, Brax said quickly. Wider hips. To Fraser's eyes, it was still a very large skeleton. You know her? Brax shook his head. Oh my god, I am having trouble speaking today. I'm so sorry. Brax shook his head. To Uruk, all Uruk are kin. I see. Brax stepped away, checking the shop. She should be put to rest. She doesn't deserve this. There was tension in his voice. This just became personal to you, didn't it? The mage murmured softly to himself. He stared down at the Uruk, whose hollow eye sockets dimly began to glow. Brax, she's waking! What? Red light flashed where eyes would be, and the slackened jaw set as the accursed quickly got to its feet, towering over Fraser. Hatred taking over. The creature raised its long arms and smashed down with both fists. Fraser instinctively placed his arms up in a protective stance. A sapphire flash surrounded him, fragments falling away as his barrier jacket protected him from harm. My barrier jacket cannot sustain another strike like that. Carefully disengaging from the creature, he circled around to fall back toward Brax's position. Your assistance would be appreciated, my friend. I'm on it. Stepping between the mage and the accursed, Brax shifted into an offensive stance and gritted his teeth as he approached. Frivuk Manet, he muttered solemnly before attempting to reach out to grapple the skeleton. His hesitation was evident, however, as the accursed easily swatted his attempt aside. Brax's words only seemed to infuriate the creature, eyes blazing bright as she brought her arms back around for another swing, squarely catching him on the jaw. The Uruk man grunted and took a step back, restoring his stance to prepare for another strike. Fraser, meanwhile, had recovered his composure and gathered frost in his hands. "This should cool your temper," he cried, gesturing forth to blast the creature with a freezing ray. "Heg!" The spell struck the creature's shoulder, causing the bones to crack from the sudden change in temperature. Roaring in anger, Brax drew from some inner reserve before positioning himself squarely against the accursed and using his full strength against the creature. A solid blow to the breastbone smashed the skeleton and sent bones flying like dice on a gambler's table. The undead Uruk skull bounced, struck the wall, and stared impotently at Brax as the burning rage in its eyes flickered and died. "Rivuk Manet," Brax repeated as he watched its spirits fade. He closed a fist over his chest, head lowered in silent prayer. Fraser tentatively approached. "You Uruk are frighteningly strong," he murmured, both in appreciation and in apprehension. "We have to be," Brax rumbled in response. "There was a time when you Huaram were conquering our lands, squeezing us out, and all we had was our own strength." He let out a slow breath, letting the fire in his blood cool. "That was a very long time ago." "I see." He made a mental note to look more into Uruk history, especially conflict with Huaram, as he had no desire to blunder into an insult or other social gaffe. "Those words you said, was that Carthinian?" The Uruk nodded. "I hail from Ketstrad in northern Karthik. It is my home tongue." "What does it mean, what you said? Friva, he started. "Frivakamane," he corrected. The closest approximation would be, forgive me." Fraser could only nod. After an awkward silence, Brax turned to continue searching the workshop. Why is everybody texting me all of a sudden? One moment, please. Okay, one of them is spam, one of them is a friend. My friend, unfortunately, is going to have to wait. Fraser could only nod. After an awkward silence, Brax turned to continue searching the workshop. "It doesn't seem as though we've attracted further attention." His low voice was tense. "Let's try to keep the ruckus to a minimum." "Of course." Fraser joined him in his search. "Are you okay, Brax?" The big man rubbed at his jaw. "Nothing's broken. I will endure." A number of tools one would expect to find in a smith's workshop were missing. "Let's try the living area," Fraser suggested. Stepping through the only door that led further inward, they found themselves in a layout similar to the fisherman's hut, with one large central room that served as hearth and home. A single large bed rested off to one side, with a number of tables, drawers, and chests about. Sprawled out by the hearth was a large body, easily Brax's size. Black blood had long since leached around it and dried into the wooden floor. Fraser ignited mage light in his pendant so he could get a better look. Only bones and desiccated fragments of flesh and hair remained. What clothing he wore was ruined beyond salvage. "Another Uruk. It does not appear as though this one has moved from this spot in years," the mage observed. He bent down and gestured to the kitchen knife thrust up through the jaw and into the skull. "They didn't even bother taking the murder weapon out." Brax stood above the remains, and Fraser could see his expression had paled. "It's like looking at myself in a way." He knelt down as well, placing the back of his hand against the cheekbone of the Uruk skull. "What ill fate followed you that you needed to turn away from your kin and ply your trade on this island of outlaws?" Perhaps there's a journal or other clues that may be found to provide insight, Fraser suggested. The mage stood and began to search the room, and Brax joined him after a few moments. The quality of the sundry goods found, cookware, dinner dishes, furniture, clothing, and so on, indicated that this blacksmith had a position of comfortable wealth, likely able to make or trade for items of comfort amongst his fellow outlaws. After emptying out a clothes chest, Brax found a journal at the bottom. He sat on the bed to skim its contents, pausing periodically before he read the last entry aloud. Vusha has discovered my secret, the reason I left Kelburan and didn't want her to follow me. She caught me, and Rukathte being intimate. I knew we should have taken his craft out into the water like we always do, but the Fularakan can be impatient. Still, there's no denying how rare it is to enjoy a physique as strong as my own. She felt she's chased an empty dream by insisting I sire her next child, following me until her time comes. I'll try and arrange passage so she can return to the mainland on the next boat out. I'll give her whatever coin she needs to get back to Karthik. I wish I could have been forthright with her. All I can do is... Brack stopped reading. Fraser sat next to him, looking at the pages, inscribed with unfamiliar Carthenian text. What is it? He prompted gently. All I can do is ask her, Frivak Mane, forgive me. Brax lowered his head and closed the journal. That rage she felt when she struck me. Given our similar heights, she must have thought I was her chosen sire. Chosen sire? Fraser shook his head, unfamiliar with the phrase in this context. Uruk women cannot bear children often, perhaps once a decade, he explained quietly. As he did so, he started organizing the blacksmith's work and casual clothes. So, when it is time, she chooses a sire, one whom will father this cycle's child. So, they were wedded? Asked Fraser. Partners? No. He started selecting choice pieces of sturdy work clothing. A woman's life bond and the man she chooses to sire a child with are not always the same. And because this opportunity comes so infrequently, it's considered an honor to be chosen, and a dishonor to refuse. And if an Uruk happens to favor men for intimacy, as it appears this blacksmith has? The expectation for men is to perform one's duty if chosen, the big man rumbled softly. One's preference on an intimate partner doesn't matter if you're chosen for this duty. You are expected to perform, or face disgrace. His expression was stoic as he checked the fit of some of the clothing. So he fled Harborough to avoid that situation, Fraser deduced. Brax nodded, moving to stand above the remains. He left his clan, his kin, and everything he knew because the culture of my people couldn't permit him to be true to himself. On this island, at least, he could be free, or he could have been. Vusha. Right. He must have felt compelled to keep the charade going, even if it meant dragging her into a situation she had no right to be in. And when she discovered her efforts to follow her chosen sire were fruitless, the big man trailed off. She must have felt bitter, Fraser finished. Angry, betrayed. They lapsed into silence for a moment. Is that why you? He left the question go unfinished, uncertain how appropriate it was to ask. It wasn't the catalyst, Brax answered the question regardless. He returned to the clothing he had set aside, placing the rest in his pack. It's as I said before. I left because I needed to find myself and not be molded into something everyone else wanted me to be. And I did find myself. He cast a direct gaze upon Fraser, silver eyes stormy. Yes, I too favor intimacy with men as our blacksmith here did. Captain Ragnast and those amongst his crew accept this of me, and I understand discretion is I understand discretion is necessary amongst other Uruk. My clan, however, I'm not certain how it would be viewed if I were to return and admit this. He pointed to his eyes. I have a great many expectations placed upon my shoulders, after all. Siring a child, or multiple children, would have been forced upon me sooner or later. I never knew any of this about Uruk culture, Fraser admitted. I hope that, one way or another, you can continue to live true to who you are. You deserve happiness, after all. Brax gave a warm smile to the Huaran. That means a lot, Fraser. Thanks. He started unwrapping the cloth and leather around his hands, then removed the Arakan sandals. He pointed to the outfit he'd selected. Could I get a cleansing art for those, and for my feet since sandals don't really keep the sand off of them? Of course. He weaved sparkling water throughout the blacksmith's clothes, refreshing them, then did the same around Brax's body. Brax closed his eyes as the effervescence seemed to wash away more than just bits of accumulated dirt. He then unlaced the sailcloth breeches he'd been wearing for so long, standing naked before Fraser. Would you prefer privacy? He had the courtesy to turn away, but not before the full impact of the Uruk's physique was impressed upon him. That's not necessary. He reached for the work clothes and began putting them on. Then he paused. Oh, right, all this time with you cleaning us with your arcane art, I forgot we've never actually bathed together during this whole adventure. You've never seen me naked. We've not been naked, no. I have only stripped down to my underlinens before I went to sleep, Fraser mumbled. You have only ever worn those breeches. The big Uruk chuckled. I guess I didn't have occasion to take them off in front of you unless you tried to peep while I was taking a shit or something. He pulled on the blacksmith's heavy-soled work boots, lacing them firmly, then pulled on the thick leather gloves. There. How's that? Fraser turned to his companion. He had chosen sturdy cotton pants and shirt of a comfortable cut, along with a leather work jerkin that fit him well, matching the gloves, belt, and boots he wore. You look like you're ready for a long journey. Feels like it. He took a few steps and... I can't talk today. He took a few steps in the blacksmith's boots, testing their fit and mobility, punching the air a few times before slamming his fist into his palm. These things have steel caps, too, Brax observed, tapping the toe of his boot on the floor. What kept his toes safe from dropped tools is going to help me deliver some brutal kicks. My confidence in your combat prowess grows by bounds, Fraser professed, offering a slight bow. Though I hope we don't have reason to witness it further for a while. The Uruk nodded, then stood above the blacksmith's remains. I cannot return you to your clan, but I'm sure Rhea has already granted you passage across the veil to the Allfather, that you may be tempered into an even stronger soul. He closed a fist over his heart. I will walk the steps in my journey that you could not. With those words said, he shouldered his pack. Let's keep moving. Taking care as they gave the sleeping skeletons a wide berth, they agreed to check the building with markings of an apothecary next to check for medical supplies, though the condition of the interior left them doubting. It looked like someone took their rage out on everything in the stores, including the hapless Uruk and Centuli women whose remains lay at awkward angles against the broken furniture. What alchemical ingredients weren't destroyed by whoever raided the store had been damaged by insects or rodents, or had decayed or dried. None of these seemed like they're any good. Brax crumbled the leaves of some unidentified herb in his hands, the dust falling to the floor. I was more interested in studying my element than alchemical sciences, Fraser admitted as he stepped around broken glass from a shattered retort. I took some basic lessons, but I fear if we're expecting me to use my water arts to brew a healing potion, we're out of luck. As he crouched by the Uruk woman's remains, a sad expression on his face, he noted a glint of something that wasn't glass. What's this, then? Gingerly shifting soiled scraps of cloth that may have once been a pocket in a dress, a small crystal of milky white tumbled to the floor. Moon quartz? Fraser joined him at the corpse's side. Looks like. He picked it up and offered it to the mage. Might be worth a few coins at least. This looks like it was specially prepared. He frowned as he turned it in his hand. Some of these occlusions are patterned almost like conduits. May I hold on to this for a bit? Sure. He shrugged and stood. As the Uruk continued searching the room for anything of use, Fraser focused on the crystal, his eyes shimmering with opalescent light as he pursued its secrets. Fascinating, he whispered. I see. It would appear that this gem can store a single arcane art. Oh? Brax wrinkled his nose I cannot talk today. I'm so sorry, everybody. Oh? Brax wrinkled his nose at a couple of bottles that had foul, lumpy contents. Indeed, and anyone can focus their will to draw forth the arcane art. Sadly, it does not seem to have much of a reservoir of mana, and the potency of such an art is limited. It currently holds a spell that bathes an area in soft light and engulfs those caught within it in ghostly flames. Useful. He offered it to Brax. Either of us could use it, and once the spell is consumed, I could charge it with one of my own spells if desired, provided the gem does not break in the process. Brax reached for it, then hesitated. No, you hold on to it for now. It was your fine to claim, but as you wish. He placed it in his pocket. I think right now neither of us have a claim on anything. We're both trying to ensure our safety until the Storm Rider can return. His eyes brightened as he pulled out a small glass vial whose contents appeared to be intact. It was filled with a clear fluid that glimmered silver when jostled. Kind of them to label this. Essence of healing. You should hold on to this, too. Fraser furrowed his brow as he accepted the vial and put it in his other pocket. Are you sure? You seem more likely to need it if I'm keeping my distance from the enemy. I can use a mystic art to mend my wounds if I need to, the big man assured him. The two found little else of value and moved on. A storehouse contained a number of smashed and looted boxes and crates, with much of their contents ruined or stolen. A thorough search found a medicinal kit that had escaped the chaos intact, which Fraser carried after handing Brax the smaller kit he had in his pack. A similar story was found in a small building for trade, coming away with little more than a few days' worth of unsullied hardtack. Somehow that stuff just seems to last forever. And a box containing a sewing kit and patches of cloth. It was clear that the sight of corpse after corpse began to wear on Fraser's psyche after a while. Many of them had meant violent ends, and were then left to rot. I wonder, did all of them riot at around the same time, or was this a gradual process? Hard to say. Brax opened the door to another building, this one belonging to a couple of outlaws whose tatters of hung silks... Sorry, let me try that again. Brax opened the door to another building, this one belonging to a couple of outlaws whose tatters of hung silks and what once must have been very comfortable beds suggested the skills being plied here were of an intimate nature. The building was absent of corpses, but the interior had not escaped violence. Flimsy cloth was of little value to them, and while they did find a couple of copper coins on the floor, nothing useful was found. How much more time should we spend here? Asked Fraser as he looked toward the sky. The late afternoon sun bathed the two men in warmth, mottled by the occasional cloud. While there was ample light to keep exploring, the mage had a legitimate concern. I should like to be a fair distance away from here before night falls. There's a couple more things I'd like to check, then we can go. Brax led the way to the western side of the village, where a rough dirt road wound its way into the distance, fading into dense trees. This road looks like it was well traveled at some point, he noted. It might lead to another settlement. It also leads into a tropical island jungle that would be pitch black at night, with who knows what creatures, living or otherwise, wandering about. Fraser shook his head. You aren't thinking of going that way, are you? No. Brax gestured for Fraser to follow him back toward the coast. But if we find no further evidence of an artifact here, there's not much more we can do at this village except to bring all the wandering accursed to a final rest. He led them around in a winding path that kept them well away from the sleeping skeletons. We could also keep following the coastline north to see if there are any other settlements. I feel like the more we explore, the deeper into danger we're treading. The mage shook himself. The southern shore should be safe enough for us to wait it out, shouldn't it? Brax slowed to a stop as they reached the beach. It should be. Maybe you're right. He folded his massive arms. I just hate the idea that I may have kin wandering deathless where I could have released them to be free. Fraser stared out over the water, his gaze slowly sweeping across. I know, but this feels more like... This feels more than a two-man job. Would it not be safer to wait until the Storm Rider has returned with more men? The Uruk shook his head. Sailors are not soldiers, Fraser. We would likely be sending them to their deaths if we asked them to help us put these accursed to rest. And the others? Brax lowered his arms, clasping his hands behind him as he contemplated. The captain can hold his own in a fight, and the rest of the deck crew have more combat experience, but their first duty is to the ship. He paused, then took a step northward. Let me think on this. Where are you going? Fraser hastened to join the Uruk. There. He pointed to a boathouse. I haven't seen any vessels, fishing or otherwise. Have you? I did notice an absence of conveyance, yes, the mate replied. It did not take the two men long to reach it, and examining the inside only brought disappointment. Well, technically there is a boat. Brax gestured to the sunken skiff, large enough for two men his size to sit comfortably, were it intact. Great cracks in the side and bottom rendered it useless. Unfortunate. There might be better fishing in deeper waters. Fraser sighed and adjusted his pack and mantle. If I had better control of water, I might even consider whether I could propel us across the open ocean until we reached a civil port. I was wondering if that might be an option, the Uruk mused. I had a feeling it was out of the question. With his curiosity satisfied, and with no further sign of seaworthy craft in the area, Brax led Fraser south, away from the village. The two men followed the coastline south as the sun settled low. Twilight crept across the sky and draped a blanket of deep rose and violet over them. Finally, Brax called for a halt. Let's get a fire started and set up the tent before full dark. Would this help? Fraser infused mage light into his pendant, shining a white light around them. Brax winced as his eyes adjusted. For you, yes. I could see just fine. Oh. He muted the light by covering it with his hand. I didn't know Uruk could see in the dark. Brax cast about for a suitable spot to set his pack and rucksack down. Lots of peoples can. Uruk, Ashling, Bragari, and Kainid all have good night vision. I imagine Urslan can too if they've shaped their eyes to be more sensitive. Not too sure about the Urkalan, though. Never met one. I have. Fraser set down his own pack and stretched his sore legs and arms. His body was faintly luminescent in both his humanoid and fairy forms, but I don't think that's the same thing as seeing in the dark. The Uruk responded with a shrug. I don't really understand how they're even alive. Do they even bleed? I heard they're ghost-like. They're not ghosts, Fraser assured him. The way he explained it to me... Well, you know how Urslan don't have blood, but instead have mesoplasm? Kinda, yeah. At least when they haven't adopted a shape and look more like a big slime ball. Brax unrolled the large tent he was carrying and started to set it up. Well, Urkalan have something similar, called Ariaplasm. It's kind of like mana infused into a physical form. The mage picked up bits of sun-bleached wood to toss into a growing pile for their campfire. So if you cut them, they do bleed. It's this ephemeral glowing fluid that's thick like blood, too. Eerie to see in the dark. You've seen that? Brax turned to him briefly, incredulous. He had a mishap, he explained. He was okay, but the lighting was dim, so I got to see what it looked like when an Urkalan bleeds. Eerie, as I said. With the fire lit into a healthy blaze and the tent set up, the two men shared a meal of dried foods. It wasn't as good as if they'd made it into a stew, Fraser thought, but they had chosen not to bring the iron cooking pot along so they could travel lighter. He enjoyed the dried fruit well enough, though. Brax was just adding some wood to the fire and had opened his mouth to speak, but his words caught in his throat as he froze, peering into the distance. Shit. Fraser, I think we've got company. Standing and turning north, Fraser saw multiple pairs of glowing crimson orbs scrambling their way from the scrubby brush, some moving faster than others. The accursed. Brack stepped forward, palming a fist. Right then, time to crack some more skulls. As 3 of the accursed reached the edge of the light and heedlessly dashed in their direction, Brax adopted an attack stance, ready to lash out at whichever of the creatures reached him first. Fraser took a step flanking Brax so he could get a clear shot. Let's see if my theory on this arcade trace is correct. Sapphire lines mingled with gold as hoarfrost encased his outstretched hands, globes forming around them. Arenalis! Thrusting his hands forward, the globes were flung at speed to smash into each of the 3 accursed before them, cracking and tearing away bones from their brittle bodies. That'll soften them up. As a tall lupine canid skeleton loped up and opened its jaws to bite the Uruk, he roared and smashed his fist into the creature's muzzle, toppling the creature in a scatter of bone fragments. Another canid, this one shorter than even Fraser, loped up right behind it, along with a Huarum accursed carrying a broken staff, perhaps 2/3 of a quarterstaff. Both creatures focused their rage on Brax, the canid taking advantage of Brax's attack to sink its teeth deep into his midsection. Bellowing in pain, he moved himself out of the way of a clumsy incoming staff to focus on extricating himself from the little canid's jaws. He split the creature's head and jaw apart with a crack, ripping the head off in the process. The undead creature tumbled to the ground, bones scattering. Brax, the potion! Fraser reached for his pocket. Hold on to it. The mage glanced about the battlefield. Besides the Huarum with the broken staff, another Huarum skeleton was rapidly approaching, and would be in striking range in moments. Of greater concern was the hulking Uruk accursed wielding a great 2-handed club, rotted and cracked, but no doubt capable of smashing someone like Fraser into a pulp. Fraser considered him to be the greater of the threats, even if he was not the most imminent one. Building sapphire energy into his hands once more, this time he formed it into one larger globe, gesturing forth with a hand to send it forth. Sa Ze'ari! His aim was true, as the orb of frost streaked through the air and smashed into the creature's forehead, exploding violently in a haze of bone and ice. The creature's forward momentum carried it a few feet, bones separating and tumbling into the sand. Val, that is a perfect emote. Wait, does that... Yeah, okay, that does go large. This is the reason why I have, like, if you put a single emote up, it makes it larger. For fun stuff like that. At least on stream. Nice shot, Brax shouted. He grimaced as a similarly hulking form of an Arachid skeleton approached. Hope you got more where that came from. I have precisely one more where that came from. He turned to defend himself from the empty-handed Huarum skeleton that chose him over Brax as the targets for its rage. Failing to adopt a defensive stance in time, his barrier jacket shattered as the creature bore down with surprising strength, smashing into the helpless elementalist. Fraser cried out in pain as he was driven to one knee. He felt something in his shoulder yield sickeningly, and his left arm hung useless at his side. Fraser! The Uruk ignored the feeble strike of the broken staff as the Huarum next to him struck his leg ineffectually. He pushed past to kick Fraser's assailant hard enough in the ribs to send the bones tumbling in a shower of fragments. Hang on! Eyeing the other skeleton warily, he pointed forth with a finger as it approached. Heg! Tears obscured his vision as his ray of frost narrowly missed the thing's skull. I'm trying. Use that potion, he bellowed in a commanding tone. More are coming. He pointed behind the approaching Norakan, where 3 more accursed entered the light, 2 Huarum and a Matinid, all around Fraser's height. One wore a number of scraps of leather around its remains, and wielded a wicked-looking knife. Something about its eyes seemed brighter, more hostile. Its jaw seemed to be set in an unnatural grin, even for a fleshless creature. Roaring as he stepped forward to meet the accursed Arakan, this one proved hardier than the others they had struck so far. Bones cracked and crumbled under the Uruk's might, and a bash to its jaw set it crooked, but the creature yet stood after his barrage. Rager, meanwhile, obeyed the Uruk's orders, pulling the vial out of his pocket and thumbing the lid off with a pop before downing its contents, praying that they were still potent. Luck was with him, and he could feel his bones mend as his shoulder reset, leaving only a lingering ache. Determination flowing through him, he whipped conjured water around himself and burst forward, propelled by the jet's force. He weaved between Brax and the two nearby accursed, icy loam crashing upon them like ocean waves and knocking them into the sand. He repositioned himself just as rapidly behind Brax to keep himself safe. The Arakan skeleton quickly rose to its feet, pushing forward with its bony maw to bite at Brax, but the Uruk was able to largely fend away its efforts, coming away with a few scratches at worst. "Get off of me!" The other accursed struggled to stand, stumbled over toward Fraser, and waved its broken stick at him. That is not how you cast an arcane art. He had no difficulty sidestepping the creature and managed to wrest the staff away in the process, tossing it aside. "Go and fetch it, you monster!" It made a scratchy noise in response that could almost be indignation. The roguish skeleton with the wicked blade approached, reaching Brax and stabbing forward with the weapon. The Uruk, seeing an actual weapon glint in the light, gasped as he evaded. "Whoa, shit!" He countered with a punch to the jaw, knocking it clean off the skeleton, but the creature stepped away to avoid further damage. Fraser scanned the battlefield once more to consider the best way to apply his arcana. The situation could quickly spiral out of control if he let the panic welling up consume him. Stretching his hands outward and powering one more arcane art with his mana, he flung forth 3 spheres of ice, which exploded against the Huaram with the knife, the Arakan, and one of the approaching Huaram. Arenalis! The Arakan's crumbling body finally succumbed to the repeated blows of fist and spell, collapsing with a rattling hiss. "Tough one, aren't you?" Brax glared at the one with the knife, which had a frost-covered hole ripped through its ribcage by the missile. The creature could only rattle in response, as the other accursed made their approach, groping, clawing, and smashing at the Uruk. "Not today." A rippling haze surrounded him as he blocked their attacks, grunting as his body absorbed the blows. The distraction proved sufficient for the accursed rogue to step around and flank the Uruk, embedding his knife to the hilt in Brax's side. The man cried out in agony as the blade twisted and fell to the ground. He pivoted to kick behind him with one heavy boot. The strike scattered the rogue's bones, but the damage had been done. "Brax! No!" Wishing now that he had saved the potion to administer to his friend, and with his mana depleted, he scrambled to think of what he could do. He recalled the moon quartz in his pocket, and drew it out to invoke it. "O lunar light that gleams from the heavens, burn these corrupted foes!" Burn these corrupted foes! Innocent shine! The stone flared into life, and a soft brilliance was cast down from the sky upon the accursed Matinid. It flinched as ghostly flames caused its bones to crack, split, and eventually disintegrate. The accursed dropped to the ground with a tired sigh as it crumbled. With Fraser's attention drawn elsewhere, the accursed that had been so clumsy before was able to rake its fingers toward the mage's face, striking him and causing him to drop the spell gem in the sand. He cried out as his vision was obscured by blood dripping from the torn flesh. Thankfully, he confirmed as he blinked the blood away, the eye itself did not sustain injury. He gritted his teeth as he maintained his focus on the moonbeam. The other Huaram skeleton scraped and struggled to bash Brax with bony fists as the two grappled, But the Uruk's strength won out, even in his wounded state. He bodily lifted the accursed into the moonbeam and held the undead monstrosity there as it writhed. He was unable to escape the dim white flames that consumed it, and a glint of something fell while its bones and scraps of cloth crumbled in his hands. Soon, the creature was no more. Fraser turned his attention to the last of the accursed, the runt of the litter, as it were. Fury burning bright in his eyes, the mage's voice rose to a feverish pitch as he screamed, casting frost at the undead with any scrap of energy he could draw forth in his fatigued state. Heg! Hoarfrost coated the creature until, at last, it too cracked and crumbled into the sand. The chaos of combat was pulled away like a curtain. The two men cast about as they sought any remaining signs of danger. Only the crashing of the waves greeted them. Fraser sunk to his knees, largely out of mental exhaustion. We survived? Somehow. Brax grunted as he eased himself down to his knees as well. That one had some cunning to it, and an actual weapon, not these broken and rusted pieces of shit we've been seeing. How bad is it? Let me see. Brax obliged by lifting his shirt and let Fraser examine the wound. Oh gods, Brax, we need to treat this right away, before you bleed out. Just give me a minute. Clean it first, would you? The Uruk pressed his hand against the wound, awkward, given its location. Oh, right. Drawing forth a font of energy, he used his cleansing water art over the Uruk's wounds. Oh gods. Distress cracked his voice as fresh blood welled out over the clean skin. I can't. It's fine. Thanks. Brax closed his eyes, focusing his power, and a now familiar rippling haze surrounded his hand. Slowly, the wound began to close and knit, flesh mending. Once the Uruk finished, Fraser used his cleansing art again to get a better look at the knitted flesh. While Brax was not fully healed by the art, his wound no longer looked fresh and angry. What a relief, he murmured, his hand trembling as he touched Brax's skin. I held some of my focus back. Let me take a look at you, then. The big man shifted his weight, brushing Fraser's hair back. You're looking a bit rough yourself. It's no bottle to the brain in a bar fight, but if you want to clean this, I can mend it. Fraser hesitated. Would it not be better for you to restore your own body? He felt some vertigo, but wasn't sure if it was because of the stress of combat or the blood loss. Regardless, he cleaned up his face and placed his hand on his brow to keep the blood out of his eyes. Look, if I'm being blunt here, you're kind of fragile. Brax squinted as the injury as he examined it. You need to toughen up a bit, buddy. He moved a hand down to the shoulder that had been broken earlier. This hasn't mended properly either. Nope, you don't get a say in the matter now. I can't have you trying to have to pack with a crippled shoulder. That would explain the lingering ache. Healing potions aren't the cure-all one would hope, it seems. They're no replacement for a medic, for sure. Then, surprising Fraser, Brax gently wrapped his arms around him and drew him in to hold him tightly. Try not to pull away or flinch. This might hurt a little as I put things back where they should be. Fraser couldn't move, even if he had wanted to, so he let his body relax in the Uruk's powerful arms. Once again, he found himself intrigued by the contrast. Hands that once wrought destruction now held him in a firm and comforting embrace. A warmth spread around his shoulder and back as Brax applied his mystic art. There was some discomfort and aching as bones shifted and slid back into their proper place. After a time, the warmth faded, but Brax didn't release him. Fraser made no move to pull away. The Uruk scent was subtle, having been washed after Fraser used his cleansing art, but the man's body heat was still present, as the fire in his blood continued to settle. It wasn't a bad scent, he decided. You did well tonight, the big man murmured. The night isn't over. We should figure out what we're doing next. Fraser nodded, gently pushing himself away from Brax. Do you think we'll be safe to camp here? I don't want to take the chance, the Uruk admitted. I know you're tired, but we need to pack up and go. I understand. He paused a moment. Wait, I dropped the moon quartz somewhere. Oh, I'll help you look for it. The two men filtered through the sand and bone fragments. Hello, what are you? Brax picked up a large coin with an emblem. It's a quill or feather of some kind. Not quite what we're looking for, but... Ah! Fraser picked up the milky quartz. Found it! They took long enough to search for other valuables, taking the rogue skeleton's knife, as well as a set of lockpicks it carried. Everything else the accursed carried was ruined and useless. Next, they broke down camp, shouldered their packs, and continued their march south. Fraser pushed himself beyond his limits, ignoring his aching hips and burning muscles. By the time the two men reached the campsite of the three treasure hunters, the evening had worn on well beyond midnight. Setting up camp felt like a cruel, if necessary, chore when all he wanted to do was sleep. Brax was looking fatigued as well, but somehow, despite not being fully recovered from combat and having made the same march, he put forth more effort to start a fire and set up shelter. With an unspoken agreement, both men crawled into the tent together. They held on to the hope that no hazard would approach their camp. Both men were too wrung out for further confrontation. As the night wore on, their hastily assembled fire failed to properly catch some of the wood. A chill woke Fraser, and he shuffled closer to Brax to share his body heat. The Uruk stirred awake briefly, long enough to take both of their blankets and layer them together, then wrap his great arm around the mage. It was a much-needed comfort after a very long night. Late the next morning, the two men awoke together. While not the most restful of sleep, it had been adequate enough. Fraser worked on relighting the fire with an elementary art, while Brax rummaged in the rucksack for dried fish and fruit to break their fast. Two men ate in silence, but made no move to pack up afterwards. Both seemed content to just enjoy a moment of peace. Eventually, Fraser realized they had not discussed a direction to take next, so he asked just that. I'm not sure yet, Brax admitted. We're closer to the port village if we want to investigate it further, or at least take out more of those undead while they sleep. If something goes wrong, though, then who knows how many we could have chasing us. What do you think? Fraser stared into the fire for a few minutes. He then took one of the tankards they brought and dropped his cleansing water in it so he could swish it in his mouth, effectively scrubbing his teeth. He rose, then spit it out in the grass. I think we should clear the village, he decided. Brax stared down at the mage, brow raised in mild surprise. He accepted the tankard offered to him with a fresh refill of cleansing water for the Uruk to attend to his own oral hygiene. And your reason? We've discovered that the night, when our defense may be in disarray, is when these creatures are active. Since the day is when they sleep, it's only logical that destroying them when they are vulnerable would help ensure our own safety. Otherwise, each night will be one gripped in fear of what unknown lurks in the shadows. Fraser went into the tent to rummage in his pack. Brax spit out the rinse and set the tankard down. Fair. We're in a better position to do so starting at this camp, though with most of the morning lost, I feel we should spend a day here resting and making ready for an early hike tomorrow. Agreed, said Fraser. He took out the rogue's knife and quill coin they found. I'm going to see if these hold any form of enchantment. Do you have anything else you'd like me to look at? I guess everything we brought with us from the village. You could see if they have any magic, just to be thorough. While all of the clothing Brax had taken from the blacksmith's chest was mundane, the rogue's knife and the large token were both imbued with power. This one does not surprise me, Fraser said, pointing to the knife. It was in remarkably pristine condition, considering the mixed state of everything else we've discovered thus far. He took a moment to peer closer into the properties of both items, eyes covered in an opalescent sheen. I see. So this feather token holds the power to save you from falls of a great height, but it only holds sufficient charge to do so once, after which it is depleted. This knife, meanwhile, bears an enchantment to improve its balance, durability, hold a keen edge, and he struck a nearby rock with the flat of the blade, which made no sound. Yes, unusual. It strikes silently. An assassin's tool, Brax noted. Indeed. He held the blade aloft and spoke a command word. Swagen! On doing so, the blade began to emit a dim, cool light that they could barely see in the bright sun. A useful tool, even for those who were not assassins. He spoke the command word again to turn the light off. Well, I can hold on to your old knife to gut fish or what have you, and you can use that to defend yourself. The Uruk folded his arms, thoughtful. You better hold on to the slow-falling token as well, just in case. Absolutely not. He offered Brax the token. I insist that you hold this. Fraser, I was directed to keep you from coming into grief. If you were to take a fall, I'll be careful, I promised. But more to the point, if you were to take a fall, I would hold absolutely no chance of carrying you if you were injured and you were unable to mend your own wounds for some reason. The big man stared at the token before putting it in his pack in the tent. Fine, but if you take a tumble and live to cry about it, I get to say I told you so. I will consider myself duly humbled should that scenario transpire, Fraser agreed. Next, I should determine how to recharge this moon quartz. He pulled the milky stone out of his pocket. I cannot recharge it with the spell it held last night, but I can imbue it with one of my own. I can imbue it with one of my own, I hope. I'm reading out of a giant tomb IRL as well. It's like 4 feet wide and 2 feet tall. You know how hard it was for me to find a book that actually kind of worked with this avatar? Like, it had to have an animation where I was actually holding it, and the book had to be large enough that like it looked like I was reading it. It is so hard to find animations for this avatar because it's so big. Like, in the game world, it's basically 10 feet tall. And that's after doing some adjustment. Like, canonically, like, my persona is 7'6". But Second Life, everything is just kind of way bigger. Don't ask why. And this particular avatar, in order to get, like, the proportions, there were a bunch of different sizes of bodies that I could pick from. But the ones that had the proportions I was looking for musculature was the biggest one there. So, yeah, this avatar is like 10'3", 10'2", something like that. So that means I have to, like, resize objects to be much larger, and then animations don't always work very well. Like, the arms will clip inside the body and things like that. It gets kind of messed up. But, yeah. A set of scissors for you looks like tree branch trimmers. Maybe. I mean, that's one of the fun things about Second Life, is that you can actually measure things using a cube, and you can just sort of like figure out like the dimensions of things. It's hard to get the dimensions of certain other things, though. Like, if I wanted to get like a chest measurement or a waist measurement or a hip measurement or something like that, I don't know how, because you can't, like, you can make a cylinder and like you can measure that, but the problem is it's like the waist is not a cylinder. So it would be better if you had like actual like physical tape to measure. So that doesn't work. But things like height, you can take a cube, you know, as long as it's just like 1 or 2 dimensions. So like height is easy to get. I could probably get like the width of the hand, but not like the circumference. So like I wouldn't know what size gloves the avatar wears. You could get foot length and width to figure out like what size shoe they wear, but like you wouldn't be able to get the the area around it to get like a 3D measurement, but like it's a 3D object, who cares? I don't know. You could get like knee to ankle, knee to hip, those kinds of things, to like see if all of those like match the proportions of an actual person. Yeah, there's some limits to, like, if you are into measuring things, but you can't do some things, so that's how I know that my avatar is, like, over 10 feet tall, is because you can measure that with a box. And I could probably figure out how big the actual book is. Like, I could see if it's actually 4 foot wide and 2 feet tall. But not right now. You'll have to remind me at the end of the stream and I'll take a look at it. Anyway, back to the story. I cannot recharge it with the spell it held last night, but I can imbue it with one of my own. I hope. You hope? Brax gave the Huarum a sidelong look. Well, it is a delicate thing and might shatter under the stress of being recharged. Still, let me take some time to study this more closely, attune myself to its inner workings, and I'll give it a try. That sounds like let me try that again. That sounds like it might take a while. I'm going to find some more firewood. He picked up a hatchet, the short sword, and the worn rope from their supplies. As you wish. Be careful out there. I will. Brax left himself a few piles of dry wood and a winding trail that he could easily follow back to the campsite and pick up along the way. Mostly, he wanted a bit of time to himself to process. Nearly 2 weeks had passed since he had rescued the Huarum mage from the ocean and flopped onto the shore of Argent Isle. He might have started to build resentment, if not for Fraser's finding a way to communicate with the ship to let them know the 2 men were alive and get some idea on when to expect a rescue. He did not relish the idea of having to build a whole new life surviving on this island, especially having discovered it had a population of accursed. The Uruk sat upon a rock and stretched his legs out, unlacing his boots and taking them off so his feet could breathe. A steady breeze rustled his clothes and beard. He scouted the holes in his shirt left by the attack last night, but at least Fraser's cleansing art had removed all blood. The jerkin had done nothing to protect him, so he had left that in his pack. His mind wandered back to the mage. He had to admit, Fraser's talents in water arcana had gone far to make survival significantly easier. Food and fresh, safe water were essential. While the mage clearly would not have survived on his own against the threats they had encountered thus far, he still held his own in combat. Brax was impressed at the little man's determination and growing ability to adjust to the challenges they'd faced. Brax leaned back, staring up at the canopy, the crisscrossing branches, the assortment of dangling vines, and other assorted flora. He had to consider some recent developments, however. The Huarum had become closer, leaning against him during moments of emotional vulnerability. It was behavior he'd seen countless times from different peoples in all walks of life. Brax was strong, and sometimes people needed someone strong to lean against or carry them. Often it led to infatuation. Sometimes it led to resentment when those feelings weren't reciprocated. He had no desire to see Fraser hurt. The Huarum was charming, very attractive compared to other Huarum, and he hoped they could remain friends after his tenure with the ship was over and he returned to do whatever it is that mages do to better themselves. He knew deep down that there were too many gaps to bridge to go further. Uruk lived nearly 3 times as long as Huarum, for starters. There were cultural differences, social differences. Fraser had invited him for a casual meal to meet his mother, but even a casual meal among Huarum of generous means felt like a mountain of a challenge. He'd almost rather crush more accursed skulls. Still, the future wasn't written. He wasn't sure where the wind would take him. Maybe it would pan out. Maybe they'd have a longer relationship, working or otherwise. Or maybe he'd have to find a way to let the Huarum down gently. Time would tell. He let out a sharp sigh, swatting away a buzzing insect. Best not to be away too long or the mage might worry. Time enough to get rid of some water before heading back. He pulled back on the blacksmith's work boots, not lacing them yet. As well crafted and comfortable as they were also warm for this environment. The blacksmith had to have been from cooler Uruk lands, perhaps near the mountains. Brax cudgeled his memory. The journal had mentioned a hometown, Helburin in Carthage, a mining town near the great mountain peaks that separated Jador, Corsica, and Carthage. Winters could get bitter in that part of the country. The big Uruk approached a tree covered in dangling vines and reached up with an arm to brush them aside. He glanced down and saw something white, partially buried in the forest litter. Bones? Sudden movement surprised him. Something struck bodily against him and writhed around his outstretched arm, and he felt himself yanked upward. He kicked hard at the air as his feet lost purchase, disoriented as he spun. The vines were tangling around him. He turned his gaze upward and saw the vines were dangling from a large, segmented, bulbous plant nested about 80 feet up amongst thick and heavy branches in the canopy. His heart raced as he realized this was some kind of carnivorous plant. The vines were curling and uncurling rhythmically to pull its prey into a maw lined with inward-pointing spines, intended to hold a captive fast. Shit! Shit! Brax took a brief moment to shift his focus to his strength and tried to brute force his way out of the situation, grabbing vines and pulling to tear them away and try to free himself. His hand came away with thorny plant matter, a sacrificial layer of loose leaves and thin vines that covered the core vines grasping him. The vines constricted further, one slithering around his neck, another around his torso. The Uruk kicked out toward the tree, trying to find purchase for his legs. But while he felt his foot scrape against bark multiple times, the effort was futile. He was too far away. Some small part of his mind realized that it was flesh scraping against bark, as he'd managed to kick violently enough to lose one of his boots. His hands continued to pull and come away with bits of plant matter that were not the core of the vines. Brax's ears began to ring as the creature's vines tightened around his neck. His vision dimmed around the edges. He tried to bellow for help, but the rapidly ascending vines constricted against his throat too tightly. He couldn't breathe. His legs went limp, and he could feel his pulse thrumming in his forehead. His thoughts turned to Fraser and what ill fate would no doubt befall him if the Uruk should die in this overgrown weed. No! How many channel points to unlock ambient sounds? Soundboard for added vibes? I mean, if you have a particular sound, I mean, that's something I could probably add at some point. Because I've got, like, I've got the scary sound. But this isn't really a scary bestial sound. This is just a plant that's trying to eat him. You're not that resourceful? Okay. You have to figure out what sounds to add to the channel point thing, and then I can add it. Anyway. He grabbed at the vine around his neck and growled as he pulled with every ounce of his strength. This time, he felt the vines holding him in its death grip. Excuse me. This time, he felt the vines holding him in its death grip yield. He gasped as the grip around his throat loosened enough for him to take in air, and he used that to growl in determination, ripping away more vines until at last they could not support his great weight, and he plummeted to the earth. He landed hard on his back, knocking the wind out of him. Laying splayed out on the ground, gasping for breath, he watched as the vines continued to writhe and twist, processing with whatever plants had as a stand-in for a nervous system to discover its prey had escaped. His vision was spinning, stars winking in and out as blackness tried to cover him. After a few moments, he recovered enough to turn himself over and crawl away from imminent danger. He laid back down once he was sure he was able to do so safely, heart racing, chest heaving. His shirt was in tatters from the thorny vines constricting around him. He reached up to check his throat, and his hand came away covered in blood. Shit. He focused his mind on his mystic art, seeing into his own body and manipulating the wounds to close. He'd heard it called a few things: healing art, body resonance, wound mending, microkinesis. Either way, he had developed a reasonable talent for it with training, and it had saved his life on multiple occasions, this one included. Slowly the bleeding ceased, and his vision returned to normal. While his shirt didn't make it out intact, his body had. He checked his bare foot, ensuring the scrapes from his frantic kicking were mended, then cast about for his lost boot. He found it after a few moments. He hadn't realized he had kicked that hard, and after lacing them both firmly back on, he gave the tango vine one last look before turning back toward camp. The vines were slowly uncoiling, resetting the trap, though they looked as ragged as Brax's shirt. The Uruk gave as good as he got. As Brax returned to camp, carrying a great armload of dry wood, he could hear Fraser calling his name, concern in his voice. He picked up the pace and found the mage soon after. "Brax, are you all right?" "Yeah, I'm all right. I very nearly wasn't, though." He gestured back toward camp. "Come on, it's not safe out here. What are you doing, anyway?" "Looking for you." He hesitated. "You were taking a while, and... well, I don't know, I just got a really bad feeling, like you were calling for help. I thought it was my imagination, but..." The mage looked uncertain a moment, then shook his head. "Well, considering the state of your shirt, I suppose it wasn't." Brax frowned as he set down his burden of wood by the campfire. "No, it was. You couldn't have heard me, Fraser. I couldn't shout." "Oh." The Huarm did not seem comforted. "I was certain that I heard your voice. What happened to you, anyway?" The mage conjured his cleansing water once again, and Brax's skin and clothes were soon clean of blood. The big Uruk removed his tatters of shirt, scowling at them before shrugging and throwing it into the fire. As sturdy as it had been, it did not withstand that tangle vine's dense spines. "I ran into a carnivorous plant." He sat down and described the ordeal he had encountered in the jungle. "So don't be running around these forests unless you have to, you hear me? It's bad enough we have undead to deal with, and who knows if there are any dangerous animals or predators out there." Fraser shook himself. "Next time we'll both go together." Brax shrugged. "I was able to handle it. Just got roughed up, that's all. Besides, you were busy. How did that go with your moon quartz, anyway?" "Oh, well, I've charged it with a defensive spell." He took the stone out and held it. "When used, it creates a barrier jacket that lasts for a good long while. If I charge it up the night before, then I can preserve my mana for other arcane arts in case of an emergency." "Sounds good." He returned to his pack, put on a different shirt, then withdrew the feather token. He frowned at it, then returned to Fraser. "You were right." "Pardon?" "You were right." He held up the token. "I should have been carrying this. I took a hard fall after that thing lifted me up in the air. I survived, but what if I hadn't?" The Uruk started placing fragments of the worn rope. The Uruk started taking fragments of the worn rope, unraveling and cutting off pieces to weave around the token so it couldn't be lost. "If something happens to me, well, what happens to you? Captain Ragnas directed me to protect you, so I need to keep myself safe so I can keep you safe." Fraser offered a soft smile. "I thought he directed you to keep me from coming into grief." "Same thing." The maid shrugged, still smiling. "I appreciate everything you've done for me, either way." Brax lapsed into silence as he crafted something to hold the token, then attached it to his chain. Was he using the wrong Vrotani words to describe his thoughts? To keep someone from coming into grief, to protect someone... I suppose those could be considered two separate concepts in Vrotani. Yet he did not feel the need to amend his statement. He was protecting Fraser, after all. It felt necessary. The two men enjoyed a lunch of freshly caught fish and took some time to rest. With plenty of firewood, food, and water, there wasn't much left to occupy them. Brax and Fraser both allowed themselves to relax, reading the books they brought with them. Neither were entirely sure what to expect, though both were hopeful for a positive outcome. They took turns sleeping at night and maintaining the fire, Fraser taking greater care to be aware of his surroundings during his watch. The evening was quiet, and Brax awoke Fraser just before dawn so they might share a simple meal, break down camp, and be on their way. Let me grab a quick drink here. The two men paused only briefly to check the crumbled bones from their previous encounter with the accursed, but everything was as they'd left it, a comforting sign. It confirmed that the skeletal undead would remain destroyed, with no need to take special actions like burning or burial. They arrived at the port village late in the morning. Nothing felt much changed since they left 2 days prior. Some of the bodies lay in different positions or in different places, but there remained a stillness to the village that spoke of long abandonment. "Do you suppose we might encounter issues implementing this plan?" asked Fraser. "The crushing of skulls as they sleep, that is." Brax paused. "I'd like to say no, but this island keeps surprising us, so let's assume yes." "Perhaps that's wise. Then a moment, if you please." He removed the moon quartz from his pocket and held it aloft. "Spirit of the waves, ward me from harm. Protection!" A barrier jacket of sapphire light coalesced around his body, flashing briefly before fading into a dim haze. He then drew water from around himself, creating a secondary barrier to absorb further harm. The mage took a steadying breath. "I am as ready as I can be." Brax nodded, then quietly led the way deeper into the village, stopping by one of the sleeping undead, a relatively small humanoid. He towered over the skeleton for a moment before raising his foot and bringing it back down with a soft grunt. The heavy-soled work boot had no trouble crushing the sun-bleached skull, and the remainder of the bones disconnected from each other as the dark power binding them faded. "One down," he muttered. "Who knows how many next? Or who knows how many left?" The two men continued searching. The next skeleton was closer to Fraser's size and held a ragged, rusted short sword in its bony hand. The skeleton next to it held nothing. Both were easily crushed under Brax's heavy stomp. "Brax, look!" Fraser pointed toward the open door of a rough-hewn public house nearby. A small, glowing orb with wings hovered erratically at its entrance. "And Arcalen!" Brax was taken aback. "Hey, are you alive?" The fairy-like creature floated forward slightly and responded with a mind-splitting shriek that caused both men to flinch. "That was a most resounding no," Fraser muttered. "Allow me to raise a counterpoint. Heg!" Thrusting his hand forward, a beam of frost erupted forth, but the erratic fluttering of the undead fairy caused his shot to fly wild. "Damn." Brax strode forward with brisk steps to try and silence the creature. He too found it difficult to land a strike on it, managing to swat it only once. "Hold still so we can put you out of your misery." "Misery?" the creature hissed. "You've done nothing but make me miserable. No one appreciates the effort I go through to cook for you bastards," she screamed in frustration and hatred, the wave striking both men. Brax staggered back, shaking his head. "She's not lucid. She thinks she's still alive and that we're part of the outlaws." Fraser focused frost energy around the Arcalen. "Then there's no hope of reasoning with her. Heg!" With a snap of his fingers, the frost coalesced the frost coalesced and pierced its glowing body. They could hear a tiny snap, and then the ruddy orb that was the fairy collapsed into dust, wings fading. "I didn't even know Arcalen bodies could be reanimated by such dark power." "Live and learn. Let's hope we keep learning." He touched his hand to his head, ripples of energy emanating. "That wave was potent. Are you all right?" He glanced back to the mage. "My barrier jacket absorbed it, but I don't think it can sustain much more before it breaks." Then he gasped, pointing. "Brax, inside!" The Uruk turned his attention to the interior, where more undead were rising from their rest. "Shit!" He glanced around the village. "That wave of hatred must have been heard by every accursed in the village." Fraser looked around, seeing scattered undead headed their way. "Do we run for it? Discretion is the part of valor, and the day is young." A grim expression crossed Brax's face as painful memories flashed. "No, I came here to see this through. I won't flee from this duty." "Very well," the mage replied, uncertain. "Then we better come up with some tactics, and quick." Brax pulled Fraser toward the door of the public house. "If we can take care of what's in here, I can block the door. It'll limit how many can get to us at a time." As the two men entered the public house, 3 accursed, 1 draconic and 2 humanoid, had finished arising. The Arakan, holding a broken lute, stepped forward to club Brax with it. The instrument struck Brax's shoulder with a kabong, breaking a couple of strings as the improvised weapon cracked. "That's not how you earn our gratuity." Fraser frowned as he tried to focus cold energies around the Arakan skeleton, but he found himself distracted as the other 2 undead approached Brax to grope and grab. The cold energies failed to coalesce around the affected accursed. Damn it! Brax moved quickly to evade the worst of the undead's movements while seeking openings to strike. He managed to smash a gloved fist into the Arakan's snout, dislocating the jaw and causing the head to tilt askew. The bardic accursts countered by slamming the lute over Brax's head, staggering him, and allowing the other accursed to bloody him with a series of bashes. Brax! Drawing forth energy in rapid order, he flung 3 orbs of ice that unerringly struck each of the undead. 1 orb shattered the Arakan's bard's skull, and it collapsed to the floor in a pile of bones. The others tore away fragments of ribs and shoulder from the other 2 humanoid skeletons, and they staggered back away from Brax, but remained standing. "I'm all right." He shook his head and returned to his combat stance. "What's it look like outside?" Fraser spared a glance toward the shambling waves of bones. "They're getting close. We're running out of time." Brax kicked away one of the accursed with a heavy boot, which crumbled with a brittle, dissatisfying crunch. "Then let's hurry up." Understood. Stepping carefully to ensure a clear shot, he thrust a palm forward to blast the remaining skeleton with an icy ray, and it crumbled to the floor. "It is done." The Uruk took a moment to swiftly dash to each of the front-facing windows, closing wooden shutters in the hope that the creatures were none too bright and rely on their sight and their rage to focus on him at the door. If this failed, they might have to fall back to a more defensible spot. Fraser had enough time to imbue his pendant with mage light and spot-check the public house, but thus far only long-dead corpses kept them company. Brax hoped they wouldn't join them on the floor. He took up position at the door, dropping his pack next to it so he had more mobility, and readied himself for a strike. Blindly, a group of 3 armed humanoid skeletons stumbled up the single step to the public house's porch and approached the Uruk directly. As 2 of them tried to chop and stab him with rusted hand axe and ragged short sword, they got in the way of each other, and Brax was easily able to dodge, kicking one hard enough to cave in its ribs. It stood before him crookedly, barely hanging onto its axe. "Hey, Belgian Ruffles, welcome in. How you doing? It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Hope you're in the mood for some story time as we continue the artifacts of Argent. This just might work," Fraser said behind him, trying to focus his magic. Not wanting to strike Brax by accident made it difficult, and the wisps of frost that formed around the damaged skeleton had no effect. If I could just concentrate. "Just try to relax." He sidestepped an incoming axe swing from one to kick the intact skeleton hard, booting it against the porch railing. The force split it into pieces. "Try again. You can do this." He looked in the distance at the approaching horde and knew he would need the mage to keep both his spirits up and his focus sharp. Some of them looked both big and mean. The Uruk could hear Fraser's steadying breath. "Just die, you foul being! Heg!" Frost penetrated and cracked the already damaged skeleton, and it crumbled, dropping its axe. Thank the gods. Don't thank them just yet. Brax grunted as he pivoted to avoid the point of an incoming pickaxe being swung with surprising strength. He took a strike over his shoulder that stung, but did not penetrate deep. "We have our work cut out for us." He grabbed its skull and smashed it into the door frame with a growl, pickaxe and bones clattering to the floor, only for 2 more armed skeletons to fill the gap. A 3rd skeleton, a tall brute of a canid, stood behind them, eager to join the fray. 2 rusty short swords swung in Brax's direction, who was still recovering from his attack. One of them sunk its blade deep in the Uruk's side, tearing and slicing at thick lateral muscles. Brax roared in agony as bright blood quickly stained his clothes, and he hastened to put up a defense, barely avoiding more than a glancing blow from the other incoming blade aimed at his neck. No! Surprising Brax as he recovered his equilibrium, Fraser shoved past to take the Uruk's place at the front, both hands splayed forward in a fan. Aurelus! A freezing blizzard blasted the three skeletons in front of the public house, ice and hail pummeling those directly in front to shatter them, while the canid brute behind them took only a moderate pelting. Fool harm. Brax could only watch on helpless as the canid approached and lunged forward with its toothy maw, grabbing the mage by the shoulder and tearing into him violently. The mage screamed as his barrier jacket shattered and blood began to spray. Brax recovered his wits and roared in fury, ignoring his wounded body to smash his fist into the canid skeleton's skull as it reared back to take another bite out of Fraser. The creature's jaw cracked and flew off to the side, eliminating that as a threat, but the creature still had claws. He guided Fraser back behind him. Brave but foolish, Warren. Just stay back. I won't let them kill you. His voice was as determined and cold as his arcane arts. Heg! One blood-soaked shoulder was raised to strike with a chill ray, more bones cracking and disintegrating from the fell creature. And yet it stood. Raking its claws, trying to bite with half a mouth, Brax could feel its blind fury dig deep into his flesh as he tried to defend. He could only grit his teeth and endure it as he grappled with the creature before bodily smashing his full weight down on top of the accursed. That was enough to destroy it, and the fury tearing into him ceased. Excuse me. Precisely how many accursed plague us? Fraser winced in pain as he helped Brax to stand. He pointed to the coalescing crowd of staggering bones and flaring red eyes bearing down on the public house. Brax scanned the area, not seeing any others, unless there are stragglers. Fraser, can you step up and do another blizzard, then get back behind me? He placed a hand over his severe wounds, focusing a moment to mend them with his mystic art and staunch the bleeding. He nodded. I will wait until the optimal moment. Fraser stepped forward, holding a ball of frosty energy before him. When it looked like they were on the verge of reaching him, he thrust his hands forward. Aurelus! Once again, a storm of frost and hail blasted the oncoming foes, destroying a handful. The horde closed the gap he created, and Fraser took a step back, then halted. Fraser, hey, get behind me! Brax reached out to grab him. Not yet. Flexing his fingers, he fanned them out once more. Aurelus! A few more fell, with others badly broken and crumbling. Okay, now I shall fall back. Brax sidestepped so the Warm could enter the public house. It took out over half of them at least. Let's brace for impact. I'm afraid I have nothing more to brace with. Fraser took an unsteady step back, a hand rising to his bleeding shoulder. My mana is depleted. I will support you with what elementary arts that I can. Every bit helps. Brax turned to face the remnants of the horde. Whatever happens by the end here, you did well. The mage shook himself. I promise to do better than just well. If we survive this, I look forward to seeing you fulfill that promise. The Uruk braced himself as the remaining accursed came at him, two at a time. Fatigued and sluggish from blood loss, he pushed himself to fight. Fists shattered bones, and frost cracked and blasted them as one by one they were taken down. They were slower than their comrades, sun-baked bones more brittle from exposure, but their weapons still pierced flesh, no matter how ragged and rusted they were. Multiple times, Brax grunted as new wounds split or bruised his flesh. His body felt leaden, and his slower reaction gave one of their foes an opening to embed its knife deep between his ribs. He coughed a spray of blood as he smashed the skeleton with a fist. He could hear Fraser cry out. He kept himself standing and his limbs moving by iron will and sheer bloody-minded determination. Work was not done. Not yet. He just had to hold on just a little longer. Only one more of these bastards left. Clumsy blows were exchanged all around before Brax finally grabbed the skeleton, threw it to the floor and crushed it under his blood-spattered boot. Dripping sweat and gore, Brax scanned the area and, seeing no further threats, let himself lean against the door frame and sink to the floor. They had won. He coughed into his hand, spewing more blood, and wheezed. Everything's been trying to knock the wind out of my sails lately, he thought to himself. He let his mind return to the present. He could feel Fraser's frantic touch. Brax! Brax, please, don't die! I won't... Another cough seized him, interrupting him. Won't die, he muttered. The Uruk took a moment to assess Fraser's torn, blood-covered clothing. Can you endure? What? Brax gestured to his shoulder. Can you tough it out? I have one more healing art left in me. I need it for myself. He coughed again. He'd need to stop the bleeding soon. Yes, yes, by the gods, Brax, where are you thinking not healing yourself already? Fraser pressed a hand against his shoulder, wincing against the pain. Was thinking I might need to save you from your own heroics there. He grunted, then closed his eyes and placed his hands upon his wounds, focusing inward. There was a lot of damage, he realized. Lesser men would have fallen 3 times over by now. Lung first, slow the bleeding for the rest. He felt his focus slip. He had done what he could, but he was completely spent. He took an experimental breath, coughing out the last of the fluid in his lungs. Good enough, he announced. You're a right mess, Brax. I don't know that I've ever seen anyone as resilient as you. The mage shook his head. It's an admirable trait, rather the opposite of me. Well, I can't bend water to my very will. He struggled to stand, waving away Fraser's help. I can do it. He had to climb the door frame to do so, but he managed. He'd lost a lot of blood. Listen, Fraser, we need to find somewhere to hole up in, just in case there are more walking dead wandering around. We laid a lot of those things to rest today, Fraser quailed. Do you truly believe we're still at risk then? I don't know. He scanned the inside of the public house, grabbed his pack, and tromped toward a staircase in the back. Let's see if there's a storeroom or bedroom, something we can lock or barricade. The 2 men were in luck. One of the rooms was empty, save for a worn rope bed, an abandoned side table, and a dusty wooden chair. Brax pulled on the grid of ropes that served as bed cords, scowling at how much they yielded. Sod it. I'll just unroll my kit on the floor. Fraser peered out the window, leaning carefully to get a broader view. I'm not seeing any movement. Good. The Uruk checked the door. This looks like it's got a solid bolt on it. If anything does creep up here, this will slow it down. He closed the door and bolted it, then rummaged in his pack for his bedroll to lay it out. Fraser had removed his pack and was similarly organizing his kit. If you will permit me, I think tending to your wounds would be appropriate. Couldn't hurt. He paused. Unless you botch it, then it could hurt. Well, I am no surgeon, but I can clean and dress your wounds until you are recovered enough to use your healing arts. He took out his medical kit. That's fair. The mage's touch was careful, gentle, as he helped Brax remove his shirt and tend to his injuries. His cleansing water art washed away the sweat and blood that clung to him and his clothes, revealing a number of wounds that were raw and angry. But the worst of them had been sealed by the healing art. Fraser worked in silence, applying antiseptic salve, clean bandages, and cloth bindings to hold everything in place. His hands were steady, but Brax could feel the occasional tremble. This is the first time he's seen me in so wounded a state, he mused. Maybe the first time he's seen anyone like this. The mage gave his patient a soft pat on his unwounded shoulder. That should last you until you have the focus needed to use your art. Thanks. He pushed himself to his knees. Now, I'll do you. I beg your pardon? You. Your wounds? Brax pointed to the man's shoulder. You do recall you got chewed up and spit out by a canid skeleton. Yes, I know, Fraser shook his head. My apologies, my mind is elsewhere. Please. Brax held the Huarum unclasp his mantle and remove his shirt. The wound was pretty bad, ragged and poured, dripping blood. He hadn't realized how pale the mage looked until now. I should have used my art on you, he rumbled. I disagree, the mage said firmly. Then he lowered himself gently to the floor. But please, I'm not sure if I can tolerate much more from it. I'll work quickly. He readied more antiseptic and bandages, and he had the mage clean his wounds. Brax did the best he could to treat them, but Fraser's limited endurance had run its course. He did not get the chance to finish before the poor mage was in tears from pain. Brax realized his focus was so far spent that he was handling the man with more roughness and haste than was necessary. I'm sorry, I'll stop. Here, just... He set some bandages on the mage's back as padding to absorb blood and helped him lay down on the bedroll. Just lay down, just rest. He really is a delicate little thing. I could crush him in my hands if I'm not careful. He dug out his blanket, helped Fraser undress the rest of the way to check for other injuries, then covered him. One of the medicines in Fraser's kit was used to numb pain, but a label on it held a warning that it would evoke a deep slumber as well. After little discussion, they both agreed Fraser should take some. The Uruk took Fraser's bedroll and blanket, setting them next to his, and unpacked their dried travel foods. While there might be a usable kitchen downstairs, he had no desire to be anywhere except behind this bolted door. The mage ate a little, but his appetite was broken by the stresses of the day and the wounds he endured, and the medicine had made him drowsy much faster than expected. Brax found himself hungry enough, but he too just wanted to lay down and rest. He took a solid swig of water from his canteen and joined Fraser on the bedrolls, careful not to bump or jostle the mage. Within the hour, the two men had fallen into a deep sleep. Let's grab another bit of water here. I remembered to mute the mic before I crushed the bottle. Upon awakening, Brax had recovered his focus well enough to restore Fraser's body before working on his own wounds. Then, while Fraser continued to sleep, Brax quietly crept out of the room and explored the public house. It was a rough-hewn place for rough-hewn outlaws, with no frills or comforts. Places to sit and drink, places to sit and eat, a place to cook, a place to shit, and a place to sleep. The kitchen's pantry had little that he trusted enough to salvage outside of some stale spices and pickled vegetables. He took some time to close and bolt or barricade all entrances to the public house, including the one they'd come through earlier that day. The Uruk hated the smell of old death in the place, but he could do nothing for the long-dead corpses that littered the floor. Perhaps they could range out and find a building that had what they needed, was defensible, and was not the site of violent murder in the past. Satisfied with the security of the building, he worked on getting the kitchen cleaned up enough to make meals from, at least for tonight. They could explore the village again tomorrow, ensure they hadn't missed any stragglers, and formulate a plan afterward. Brax had to admit he wanted to burn it all to the ground. There were echoes of suffering and strife, even removing the taint of the artifact's effects from the picture. This place needed a fresh start. Brax? It was Fraser calling from upstairs. I'm down here, he bellowed back, in the kitchen. Soft footfalls made their way to the small kitchen, and the room was lit up from the pendant he wore. He had cleaned up and dressed himself in a different shirt. The mage rubbed his eyes, groggy. Is it time for dinner already? Well, we should probably figure something out, unless you just want to chew on more dried rations. Brax rummaged around for cooking implements. How are you feeling anyway? I feel improved, if sleepy. He rubbed at his shoulder. I noticed my wounds were mended. Thank you. How well has your own recovery progressed? Brax shrugged. There was a lot of damage. I need more time. Fraser nodded, then leaned against one of the work tables. Is there anything I can help with? Not unless you've studied arcane arts that heal wounds in the last few hours, no. I mean in here. He gestured around the kitchen. If you need more time to rest, then you should be resting. Right, The Uruk looked around. I'll tell you what, you know how to cook, so I'll let you do whatever you feel would be best. Wood is there, still looks like it'll burn. Just stick to our rations. I don't trust anything coming out of this pantry. And here I thought I might bake a loaf of weevil bread. He snapped his finger in feigned disappointment. Smartass. Brack smirked and gestured to the food he brought from their packs. I'm going to lay down upstairs then. Let me know when it's time to eat. The evening was uneventful, and dinner a simple affair. They took the precaution of sleeping in turns that night, but the village remained quiet. The calm gave the two men confidence enough to range out into the village during the day and thoroughly explore it for any further trouble. But the only remaining bones they found were the remains of long-dead bodies. Then we have at last put all of these restless souls to their final slumber? Brax folded his arms, adjusting the bandages on his body. You could say that, though I don't know that I would call leaving their bodies where they lay is an appropriate way to do so. He frowned, thinking about the Uruk blacksmith long since devoured by insects and rodents. He trailed off, considering the scope of what his heart urged him to do next. Yes? Fraser was scanning the village and turned to face him, staring up. What are your thoughts? I think I want some closure, and I think they all deserve something more than to sleep where they died. The Huaram blinked. My friend, are you proposing we bury the remains of every body we discovered in this village? Brack shook his head. We don't have the manpower for that. No, I think the best we can do for them is a mass pyre. Figure out which building would be best for it, bring all of their remains there with sufficient wood to do the task, and then put it to the torch. I see. Fraser was silent for a long moment. These dead outlaws, do they mean that much to you? There were Uruk among them, Brax rumbled. But it would be unkind to only give the bodies of my kin rights and rest. Again, the mage was silent in thought. I will support you as best as I can, friend, he finally agreed. When would you like to get started? Tomorrow morning. He led the way back to the public house, his pace casual. I need to think about the buildings we've checked so far and determine which is the most appropriate for the task. I should be able to finish mending my wounds by then and be back at full strength. The two men spent the next 4 days preparing the largest building, the raided storehouse near the beach, as a cremation site. The process involved tearing down buildings for firewood, carefully shuttling the remains of both the accursed, who Brax felt to be a part of this despite the grief they had caused, and their victims, and learning as much about the departed as was possible. Fraser, in particular, felt it crucial to document names and collect all of the personal journals and letters that they could find in one place for future study. These people would be utterly forgotten, lost to time otherwise, he reasoned. Brax arranged the mass pyre in as respectful a manner as he could, given the state of the remains. He left the Uruk blacksmith go in last, toward the front, where he took special care to deliver the body as intact as possible. With the site prepared, the two men convened as the skies settled into a sleepy dusk. Both men stood next to long torches that flickered in the soft breeze. The ocean crashed persistently off to one side. Brax accepted the list of names from Fraser and began to read them off one by one, as though taking attendance, to ensure no one was left behind. Runji, Carolyn Woodsley, Haljean, Leonareth Nabaham. The Uruk closed his eyes as he spoke to the blacksmiths. Pargroth Voshurak. We are all ships passing in the night, and none of us know where our journey may take us. In this life, your journey has ended. We call upon you, Rhea. Carry these souls beyond the veil, and let them not wander the earth any longer. We call upon you, the Allfather, Iagath. Refine and forge these souls, that they may return anew, with flaws burned away, as strong as they can be. We call upon you, the Great Mother, Tasia, to bear them back into the world. May they be nurtured under your care, and the care of all mothers to flourish and prosper. He closed the book of names and handed it to Fraser. May it be that in your next lives you are enriched with the first happiness and enjoy a strong vitality. Fraser gestured with a hand and drew forth small bits of sand and earth, which hovered in a ball nearby, glowing amber. May it be that you are enriched with the second happiness and enjoy fruitful prosperity. Another ball, this one of elemental ruby flame, joined the first. May it be that you are enriched with the third happiness and enjoy continued longevity. A third was formed, a spinning emerald orb of fog and air. May it be that you are enriched with the fourth happiness and enjoy virtuous harmony. A fourth orb joined them, one of glimmering sapphire water. May it be that you are enriched with the fifth happiness and enjoy the tranquility of a peaceful life in painless repose. A fifth globe appeared fashioned of light. And may it be that you are enriched with the sixth happiness above all else. Be at peace. Strands of violet and rose matching the dusk-lit skies surrounded the elemental components, and Fraser touched it gently with a hand to send it toward the great pyre they had built. The light spread throughout the entire structure and seemed to bear a subtle energy. Brax picked up his torch, followed by Fraser. Be at peace, the Uruk echoed, lighting the pyre underneath the Uruk blacksmith's remains. Fraser silently lowered his torch to do the same. Flames spread throughout the building, catching the wood that Fraser had dried by drawing out all moisture. It did not take long before the building was a blazing inferno, a beacon to all who saw that these spirits were released from their torment at last. Brax stood and watched in silence as dusk. Let me try that again. Brax stood and watched in silence as dusk deepened into night. He mutely accepted the food and drink Fraser handed him when offered, but his mind was in another place. He reflected upon everything that transpired since their arrival, and affirmed his determination to destroy the remaining two relics on this island if it was within his power to do so. No doubt there were other souls who needed to be put to rest. As his mind returned to the present, he realized that Fraser had, at some point, offered his hand and Brax had taken it. Whether Fraser wanted comfort, or he sensed that Brax wanted it, it didn't seem to matter. He looked down at the little Huaram and smiled. A formal bit of closure to this page of the adventure, even if there's yet more to write. Much more, Fraser agreed. The two men lapsed into companionable silence for a time. By the way, said Brax, as the fire started to dwindle, I'm only familiar with everything up to the fifth happiness. What is the sixth? Ah, Fraser smiled, only too happy to elaborate. In Rin, we commonly celebrate and wish unto others the five happinesses: vitality, prosperity, longevity, harmony, and tranquility. The sixth happiness is something that you can only find within your own heart. Serendipity, that one special something that brings only you great joy, and which happens without even looking for it. I see. The Uruk gave a soft smile in turn. That's pretty beautiful, honestly. Thanks for sharing that, and wishing such a blessing upon them. Oops. Bring it back up. Bring this back down. It's done burning, so we don't need fire anymore. And Wolf, welcome in. It's good to see you. How you doing tonight? We just finished part 1 of the Artifacts of Argent Isle. And now we can begin part 2, which is segment number 20. So this was originally going to be something that was read in segments with channel point redemption. So we're at the point now where, presumably, it would have been redeemed 20 times, which would have been 20 weeks at the bare minimum. But that didn't happen, so we're just reading it on now. You're doing okay? Going to be ready for bed in a bit? Well, I hope that we can help you wind down and get ready for a good night's sleep with a bedtime story. So let's begin. The Artifacts of Argent Isle, Part 2. The next morning, Brax awoke early to start on catching breakfast. They had depleted their supply of dried fish and forage, and he had no desire to dig into their long-lasting rations unless it was necessary. While there was still the possibility of finding something in the huts, shacks, and other buildings they could eat, he felt the need to give his fishing skills a try. Fraser had no issue with the Uruk borrowing the enchanted net while he worked on refining his arcana, and both hoped it would bring them luck. Excuse me. As he paced down the shoreline, looking for a good spot to fish, he took out the stick he was using to count the days. As of today, 3 weeks have passed since we arrived here. What did Fraser say the Storm Rider's itinerary was? He did some quick math in his head. They should be here in about a week, I think. The early morning sun quickly warmed him and lit the cerulean waves as they crashed against the sandy shore. After an hour, he found what would look like a pretty good spot to get started. He set down the fishing rod, tackle, net, and creel, sat on a nearby rock, and took his boots and shirt off. No sense letting the brine damage the leather, and he suspected he would need to wade out to make a good catch. It took a couple of hours before he was able to find where all the fish were hiding and which lure worked best, but he caught a number of sizable fish. Casting the net was significantly better, and he caught a number of large crustaceans and a variety of fish before his luck dried up. Well, this will be a good start on food for today. He hefted the full creel out of the water and made his way back to where his tools were laid out. As he took a few moments to sort the tackle box, noting which ones were more effective, he paused as he heard a rhythmic thumping sound from behind. The Uruk barely had time to stand and turn before a great hairy beast was upon him. Shit! Unprepared for this attack, he could barely put his arms up as a great weight tackled him at full speed, knocking him down. He used his strength to try to keep the creature from tearing him apart, but it was too late. The great creature was violently licking his face? It took a few moments of panic before Brax realized whatever this beast was, it was not trying to eat him. It seemed to take the beast the same amount of time to realize something was not as it expected either, and it paused, stared at him with black eyes, and tilted its horn-crowned head in confusion. A Mavarig! The Uruk's eyes widened as the beast stepped off of him. He scrambled to his feet, wiping away some drool. You aren't native to this island. How did you get here? The beast shook its shaggy-haired pelt, brindled gray and tan melding with a silver back. It wagged its thick, bull-like tail, the tuft at the end swishing. It turned to trundle over to the pile of tools that were laid out and sniffed at the boots and shirt before looking back to Brax, an expression of confusion evident. Brax didn't need much time to make the connection. You must have thought it was Targroth, didn't you? Were you his friend then? The creature sat on its haunches, panting from the exertion and heat. Poor thing. Probably made its escape when all the chaos was happening in the village. Brax reached for his creel and removed one of the fish to offer it to the beast. The Mavarig readily accepted it, snuffling at it only briefly with its blunt nose before grabbing it with sharp teeth. It crunched on bone and fish guts with equal relish, licking its chops before sitting on its haunches again to stare up at Brax. Its tail thumped the ground with muted pleasure. Good thing you're a hunting breed. He gave the beast another fish and started packing up. Probably the only reason you're still alive. At least you haven't gone feral. He picked up his equipment, put his shirt back on, and carried his boots in his hands so as not to get sand in them. Well, I'm not your master, so you can come and go as you please. The creature just continued to stare up at him, panting and thumping its thick tail. It looked fully grown, and fully grown maverick were big, large enough that some used them as beasts of burden, though they weren't quite large enough to mount. Not for grown Uruk to mount, he amended, as this maverick could probably carry someone as light as Fraser. His mind drifted to childhood memories of riding the neighbor's ruddy-pelted maverick before he had physically outgrown such amusement. As Brax walked back toward the village, the creature rose and followed. He wasn't sure if it... now that he'd gotten a better look at it... oh, no, wait, hold on, I misread that, sorry. Try that again. As Brax walked back toward the village, the creature rose and followed. He wasn't sure if it... no. He, now that he'd gotten a better look at it, understood that Brax was not Targroth. There wasn't a ready way to tell the poor creature the news. The maverick splashed in the surf as it ran up and down the coast, dashing away from him for a time, examining a branch, chasing after a crab, then returning to Brax as if to make sure the Uruk would still be there. Moments of animalistic joy. Finally, the two reached the makeshift bordello, the building Brax and Fraser had chosen to rest in, as there was no smell of death within. It had everything they needed, and it was comfortable, once tidied up. Fraser was outside, still experimenting with his arcane arts. "Oh, hello there. Have you made a new friend, Brax?" The maverick pressed against Brax's leg, hesitant to approach the unfamiliar mage. "I think he belongs to the blacksmith and has mistaken me for him." He raised the boots he held. "These still carry his scent, and if my size and build match, well..." The Uruk trailed off with a shrug. Fraser dismissed his cynosures with a negligent gesture. "I understand." He crouched down and offered a hand. "Well, I'm Fraser, and I do sincerely hope you are friendly." The maverick just pressed against Brax even harder, ears flattened. "Here, offer him one of these." He offered Fraser the wicker creel. Fraser took one of the fish out and offered it to the beast. "Here you are, friend. You must be hungry wandering around the wilderness all on your own." The beast perked his ears up slightly, glancing up at Brax as if to get his approval. "Go on," he nodded. "Fraser is a friend." His voice was a comforting rumble. Encouraged by the Uruk, he gingerly, almost politely, took the fish using his teeth. He began to chomp and crunch, and the fish was soon no more. His tufted tail thumped against Brax's leg softly, in a wary but positive manner. "There, that's not so bad, is it?" Brax reached down to give the maverick scritches behind its ears, tucking his hand against one of the horns that curved back down. He got another wag in response. "I am not familiar with this manner of beast," Fraser admitted, slowly getting to his feet. "What is it?" We call them maverick. Let me think. What's the word you use in Vertani? You might call them a horned bear wolf? Something like that? "Ah, yes, now that you've put it to words, I've heard of them." He tilted his head slightly. "This is my first time seeing one, however. It is a dense and sturdy-looking thing, not to mention dangerous." The creature's head wasn't much lower than Fraser's, but its stocky body was thick with muscle and powerful limbs that ended in large paws and short, sharp claws. They're sometimes mistaken for young glyph when found in the wild, but this one's fully grown and domesticated. We Uruk use them for hunting, for herding livestock, keeping rats out of the larder, and just as companions. "I see." He offered the creature his hand again, and it was given a tentative sniff with its broad muzzle before the mage risked giving a light scritch on the nose. The beast appeared to find this tolerable. "So how is your research going?" "Quite well." He gestured for Brax to follow him inside. "The experiences from the past week, in conjunction with that spellbook, have provided valuable insight. I was also able to puzzle out a water-breathing bubble, so the next time I am washed overboard, you need not fear that I might drown." "Well, you had more than water to deal with when you went over before, but that is a comfort." The two men set about preparing the fish and boiling the prawn and crabs, with the maverick eagerly crunching down any leavings. "So, does he have a name?" Fraser asked, gesturing to the animal. "I would assume so." Brax retrieved the blacksmith journal and began to flip through it. Let's see. Gralnik. The maverick looked up, tail wagging in recognition. So you're Gralnik, are you? The creature gave a kind of low chuff in response. That sounds like an affirmative sound to me, said Fraser. The maverick gave another wag in response, then found a cozy place to curl up on the floor for a nap. His fur looks pretty shaggy and matted in spots. He's probably been wandering alone ever since his place was stricken by the Maelstrom's rage artifact. Brax shook his head as he stirred the cookpot. I guess the artifact doesn't affect animals. Either that or he resisted the effects. Anyway, once we're done eating, would you like me to use my cleansing art on him? Sure, maybe that'll get him to warm up to you some. The maverick stirred awake once the two men started eating, and though he approached Brax and sat nearby, he did not beg. A well-trained creature, Fraser noted. Yeah, I guess he and Targrath had an agreement. The Uruk made sure to set aside enough of his meal for the maverick to enjoy once they were through, placing the plate down in front of him. Okay, you can eat now. At Brax's prompt, Gralnik quietly chomped into the fish meat, tail thumping the floor softly. Once the beast had finished eating, Fraser conjured his effervescence cleansing art and began to scrub at him. At first, the maverick wasn't sure what to make of it, but after some reassuring scritches from Brax, he settled down and let Fraser do his work. Before long, his brindled fur was glossy and clean, neatly brushed, if still overgrown. There are limits to what water arts can do, Fraser admitted, but he is a very handsome creature in his way. Yeah. Brax rubbed at his scalp, which had a couple weeks of growth. You know, I could go for some grooming myself. I could always try honing a dagger, but I'd rather have a proper shaving razor. Fraser chuckled, running his fingers through his own hair. Indeed, and I think even once we're aboard the ship, my own grooming may have to wait until I can visit my usual barber in Port Elaine. Right. The Uruk got to his feet and picked up the dish he put on the floor. Well, some things you just gotta wait to do until you get home. You gotta wait to do until you go home. Gralnik's ears perked at Brax's words, and he quickly got to his feet and trundled toward the door, pushing it open with his muzzle. Hey, where are you going? Brax gave Fraser a quick glance before following the beast. The two men jogged after the creature as his brisk pace led them away. After a moment, it became clear which direction Gralnik was headed. Soon they had reached Targroth's workshop, the entry still open, and the maverick led the way inside. The forge was cold, the air quiet. Gralnik led the way into the living area, toward the long-abandoned hearth. There he paused, taking in the scent of the air. He started to nose about the room, moving dusty blankets and checking under beds. He finally paused around the stain in the floor, where the blacksmith's remains had lain for years. Brax watched while the creature sought someone... Brax watched while the creature sought someone playing a hiding game that was no longer there. Hey, buddy, I'm sorry. The Uruk's voice was a gentle rumble. Bare feet pattered on the wood as he approached, and the beast... as he approached the beast and placed a hand between its shoulders. Your master died a long time ago. Gralnik stared down at the stained floor and gave a kind of low, crooning moan. He then curled up in front of the cold hearth and lowered his head. Fraser sniffled noisily by the door, brushing at his face with the end of his sleeve. I think I shall get that smoker set up so we can start smoking fish for travel. Yeah, I'll be along in a bit. Brax watched the maverick for a time, then built a fire in the hearth using old wood and lit it. Remember the good times, he murmured. He gave the creature a gentle scritch behind his horns, then left him be. He kept the doors open so Growlithe could rejoin them when he was ready. Alas, poor puppy. Puppy is very sad. Brax, excuse me. Brax and Fraser spent the day fishing, foraging, smoking, and drying to create more rations that would permit them to travel further afield. The Uruk checked in on the grieving Maverick periodically, leaving behind bowls of cooked fish meat and viscera. He reasoned a large beast would need at least as much food as he did, after all. He found the food was eaten on subsequent check-ins, but Grownick remained in front of the blacksmith's hearth until late in the evening, when he nosed open the door to the bordello and padded over to Brax. "Well, hello there, buddy." The Uruk was seated at the table, looking over the island map. "Feeling any better?" The Maverick chuffed in response, gently bunting Brax's shoulder with his horns. He took this to mean he wanted some more scritches and obliged with a free hand. "It's amazing to observe the breadth of emotion some animals exhibit," Fraser commented. The moon quartz he held in his hand stopped glowing as he finished storing another armor spell within. "My mother has an allergy to animal dander, so I'm afraid I'd not the pleasure of my own pets. A number of my fellow students at the academy were bonded to familiars, though, so I was not entirely bereft of such interactions. Animals are a lot like people, I suppose." The Maverick had set its great head in his lap for easier access to scritches. "Anyway, have you given much thought to the direction we should take next to find another artifact?" "I think, for the moment, I should like to follow the coastline north," Fraser stated, pointing at the map. "We can deduce that the main camp from the first journal we found is likely somewhere along the road west from here, as it leads into the jungle. However, we have no further information on just how far we'd have to travel or the dangers involved. I feel uncomfortable taking that road." Brax unconsciously raised a hand to rub at his neck. "I'm not eager to explore those dangers either. And if the main settlement for these outlaws has a greater population, then it would also prove more hazardous for us at night," he agreed. "On the other hand, if the northern port settlement has anything close to what we encountered here, then that might be more manageable between the two of us." He frowned as he looked down at the head he was scratching. "Well, potentially 3, but I'm not sure if this one is combat trained." "Isn't it risky bringing such a creature along? What if an accursed were to cause him harm?" Fraser sat down across from Brax, folding his hands on the table. "I'd feel pretty bad if that happened, but I think I'd feel worse if I left him out here on his own." The Uruk frowned, eyes cloudy. He must have been so lonely after Targroth died. Whatever dangers this island holds, he seems to have held his own against them so far, so if he wants to stick with us, then I'm not going to chase him off. The mage nodded. "You do have healing arts if some harm were to befall him, but I hope it never comes to that." "Right. Anyway, I agree with you on traveling the coast. If we can locate this northern settlement, then maybe we can find more resources, more clues on these artifacts, maybe even a vessel that's seaworthy, if the need should arise. I expect our food preparations should be completed by tomorrow evening." Fraser rose to his feet and stretched his arms behind him. "Shall we head out the following morning?" Brax nodded. "Sounds good to me." The two men completed their preparations the next day. One of the projects Fraser worked on was imbuing some decorative glass cabochons he had found with an enduring mage light spell. "We can place these by any markers we leave to make them easier for the crew to find," he reasoned, which Brax agreed was a sound idea. They created one marker by the coast that pointed north with just such a trinket. Other preparations including the cleansing and preparing of 2 small wooden casks for carrying water. The stoneware jug they had found earlier was large, heavy, and could be broken easily. The casks they found while exploring the village would prove far more valuable for travel. A second check of Targroth's workshop uncovered a harness, straps, and bags that fit Grownick's body. The Maverick's disposition changed subtly while wearing them, and it was clear to Brax that the beast had been trained that the harness meant it was time for him to work. "I have a concern," said Fraser. "If we weigh him down, would he not be less able to run from danger should we encounter it?" "Maverick are pretty sturdy, and I doubt we would encumber him that much," Brax replied as he gave Grownick an affectionate scratch under the chin and nose boop with his thumb. "But you're right in that we shouldn't overburden him. I imagine he can carry our water casks and some equipment without issue at the very least. As a test, Fraser filled their casks with water, and Brax strapped them to the harness, which they kept on him throughout the day. Gronick seemed content to follow Brax around while in work mode, and he bore the weight with ease. He got plenty of fish snacks and ear scritches when the work day was done, as a reward for being such a good boy. Early the following morning, the three broke their fast, packed up, and headed north. Grolnick continued to keep pace next to Brax while in a working mentality, demonstrating none of the curiosity and play when the Uruk had first found him. He found his mind wandering to the metalworker's journal and snippets he had read regarding his journey, friends he had made, and those he had left behind at different stages. "Hey, Fraser," said Brax. "Tell me a bit about your hometown. Like, do you have anyone waiting for you?" The mage had been focused on the ocean, keeping an eye out for fish to blast with frost, and offered to Growlnick as a treat. "Oh, well, my mother is waiting for me, certainly. I have childhood friends in Port Eleni, of course. I've lived there most all my life." "Tell me about them." Brax idly laid a hand on the maverick's scruff as he walked, sand crunching under his boots. "Goodness, well, my mother is a character unto herself." Fraser gestured negligently as he spoke. "A connoisseur of fine goods for fine people and all of the trappings that go with it. Her shops supply a broad range from rare vintages, spices, and confections to perfumes, jewelry, silks, furnishings, and art. Luxuries to entice the senses. Truth be told, there are a number of brightly colored birds I've seen in the trees whose exotic plumage would demand a sizable price for use in fans and hats." The mage smiled fondly. "She and father provided me with everything I could possibly need. But they were wise enough to instill upon me the value of such goods, not just from the perspective of a noble, but also from the common people. It's not as well known, but she holds a parent company that endeavors to bring some of these luxuries into the reach of those with more common means when the timing is right and the logistics favorable and the fashion faded from the upper classes." "That sounds pretty smart to me," Brax replied. "After all, fancy doodads and whatchamacallits that are no longer fashionable would still need to be sold off so as not to take up space in a gallery." "True, but her focus is more on consumable goods and clothing." Fraser paused a moment to freeze a small fish and use his arcane hand to lift it out of the water, whereupon he offered it to Growlnick. The maverick accepted it with a gleeful chomp. "Those are the items that, once a supply chain has been established, both she and her patrons could stand to benefit greatly." "Yeah, true. It's less likely you'll run out of business on something that the people keep using up or eating." "Quite correct." "So what about friends? Do you have anyone you're close to that is waiting to hear of all the grand adventures you've embarked on?" Brax gave the mage a broad grin. "Or, dare I ask, a partner?" No, I am currently without a partner." His face colored. "After my last relationship, I chose to focus on my elemental studies for a while." "Oh?" Brax found himself genuinely curious. "What happened?" Goodness, how shall I summarize this?" Fraser took a breath, casting his eyes skyward a moment. "If I were to give this short version, he wanted too much from me too quickly that I was not willing to give." So he wanted to rush into sex?" The mage's color reddened. No, not entirely. He wanted me to make broader life changes to accommodate him. Quit my studies, live with him, that sort of thing. All within a few months of meeting." That seems quite short, even for a Huaram." "Quite so. I will grant that it helped me to prioritize what I wanted in life, however, and to learn the fine art of how to disengage from such connections with grace." Fraser paused. "And if I'm being honest, he simply was not my type." "I see." Brax pondered a moment, whether it was appropriate, then shrugged and decided to ask anyway. "So what is your type?" The mage was silent a moment before responding. "I have always found myself drawn to those men who exude a confident grace, who know what they want and are patient enough to build towards it. Men who can hold an intelligent conversation and are well-read. A fit build and refined features are advantages in my mind as well. And your previous relationship, he ticked that list? Fraser lowered his gaze and smiled privately. He did, mostly. He lacked patience, however, and did not have the ability to compromise. I suspect if I had examined him more closely at the time, I would have found his controlling behavior off-putting. When we met, though, I was enamored with his handsome appearance, his honeyed words, and his ambition. This man is going places, I said to myself. Ultimately, I determined the direction he was headed was not where I wanted to go. The two men lapsed into silence for a time, punctuated by the crash of the ocean and seabirds flying overhead. If it is not an uncomfortable question, Fraser started, may I know if there was someone you've formed such a bond with that you've left behind when you took your journey of discovery? The Uruk took a deep breath. No. As I've mentioned before, that kind of relationship has certain cultural challenges that my kin are still not often in agreement over. It saddens me to hear that. You are deserving of happiness as much as anyone. Fraser looked up at him, sapphire eyes glimmering and sympathetic. Have you anyone special that you've found since then? He took a moment to consider the relationships he'd formed over the years during his travels. No one that I would call a partner, no. I have friends whom I can trust, that I've built rapport with. I might know a couple of men who know me well enough for a good roll in the sheets, too, but none that I would call a bond. I understand. Then, after a moment's hesitation, if it is not artless of me to ask, what is your type? Brax chuckled at the question. Wondering if we might have a roll in the sand, eh? While that erotic book has certainly opened my mind, Fraser replied, gesturing smoothly with one hand, and the idea is intriguing, I do feel that maintaining a cooperative and professional relationship is ideal for us, at the moment. The Uruk had to admit, that was not the response he was expecting. He could see what he meant about learning how to disengage with grace. A soft no, but the door left open. Intriguing. The smooth deflection had not kept color from rising to the mage's cheeks, however. Well, if I'm taking the erotic approach, I find myself attracted to great physical strength, the kind of raw power that comes from years of training and discipline. It's rare that I find someone that can match my size and strength, though. Then, he murmured, makes me wish we'd found this place a few years ago and I'd met Targroth in person. Maybe we'd have gotten along. Fraser burst in a melodious laugh, not unkindly. Perhaps such an encounter that may fit in that bonfire compilation? Brax chuckled in turn. Could be. Depends on what he's into. Anyway, there's more to what I want in a relationship than good sex. In an intimate partner, a lasting bond. That's one I'm still figuring out. I think, like you, I want a partner who's patient and intelligent. Someone I can grow old with. That's where this all starts to fall apart, though. How do you mean? Well, you know how Uruk live a good long while, right? Over 2 centuries? Fraser nodded. Urshlan and Arcanlan live as long as we do, and Ashling and Centuli live even longer. But even if I find a partner amongst them that satisfy me emotionally, I doubt they could ever do so when it comes to carnal pleasures. Brax frowned as he turned his gaze down at the sand in front of him. Matanid, Regari, and Canid Med. Maybe I'm looking in all the wrong places, but I don't see too many who approach the kind of physique that catches my gaze. Arakan men often do, and have. I've had a good romp now and then with a fellow in Port Montarig. In my heart, though, I know that when they all reach their twilight years, I'll be in my prime. He shook his head, which leaves me seeking a fellow Uruk. Thus, we round the circle back to the cultural challenges involved, Fraser deduced. Right on it. The Uruk grimaced as he helped Gralnik navigate through a patch of jungle that stretched out against the surf. What makes it worse are these damned eyes. There are Uruk who are afraid of me because of some superstitious nonsense about knowing all of their secrets, controlling their minds, or invading their dreams. He paused. Which isn't strictly nonsense, but it's not the silver eyes that do it. It's training in those very specific mystic arts, and I have little interest in mind control. Do only Uruk with silver eyes trained in mystic arts? The Worm asked. No, but those that do have a particular talent for it, Brax replied. At least that's the historical trend. Anyway, I think I just need to get used to the idea that I'll probably be alone for a long time. The odds are rather stacked unfavorably, Fraser admitted, appearing thoughtful. To find an Uruk who matches your size and stature, which in itself is uncommon, who also favors men, is around your age so you can grow old together, and can accept your silver eyes without the bias of superstition coloring their views. We have not yet broached other aspects of compatibility such as personality, lifestyles, goals, and interests. Brax grunted. Don't make it easier on me now. If I might ask, how long do Uruk relationships last? He had to pause and consider that a moment. It was a good question. A life's bond oath is for as long as love shall last. It's an intertwining of one's life journey. But it's not the whole of that journey, he added mentally. I know this. I've seen this. If love should fade, he explained, the woman returns the oath given by the man, releasing him from his bond. The two part ways, and their journeys become their own again. If you were to find a special someone, and they were Arakan or Regari or even Huaran, Fraser started, then it's unrealistic of me to write them off just because love might fade or they'll grow old and die before I do. The big man sighed. A part of me knows this, but some foolish side of me held on to the idea that I would find that one special Uruk and we'd grow old together. No, it's not foolish. It's romantic. The mage smiled up at him. And I think there is great merit in the romantic. Perhaps it is a challenge, and perhaps one not easily conquered. Should you find your perfect Uruk man to entwine your life's journey with, I feel that the joy of discovery would be that much sweeter. In the interim, however, is it not worth savoring those shorter, imperfect connections? Maybe, he admitted, mentally reviewing his previous dalliances. I like you, Brax. The mage turned his gaze skyward, a smile on his face. You have impressive strength, determination that is inspiring, and a kindness that is warm and supportive. Those lives that you choose to touch, I have confidence that you'll have a profound and positive impact upon them. I hope you'll keep sharing that warmth with those along your path. The Uruk blinked and wondered if he felt his face becoming flush. Thanks, Fraser. That means a lot. You're a pretty good guy yourself, you know. I try to be. Thank you. He shared his smile with Brax. Water. I gotta remember to drink water between segments. Excuse me. As the sun approached its zenith, the two men and their maverick companion came within sight of the northern settlement and halted. As Brax swept his gaze across the breadth of the village, he could feel his heart sink like a stone. It's bigger than the eastern settlement, Fraser observed, his tone indicating that he, too, understood the implications. It's closer to the mainland. Brax folded his arms, brow furrowed. This was probably their launching point to prey upon ships circling the southern coast. Looks like the jungle was cut back for farming or pastures, Fraser added, gesturing off to one side. This was an established location. Let's rest and eat before we get any closer, and talk about strategies in case there's trouble. The Uruk gestured and led them away from the village a short distance to a comfortable area shaded from the sun. As the two men chewed on a meal of dried fish, fruit, and other forage, Fraser drew forth a number of cynosures to take inventory of the arts at his disposal. I've been thinking about the strategy we employed before, how we kept the horde of accursed more manageable at a choke point. He tapped on one of his complex circles of circuits and runes. If we can reproduce that strategy, I've got something here that will take advantage of it. How so? Brax offered the Maverick a chunk of dried hueva, and the omnivore gnawed at the treat and patted his thick tail in the scrubby grass. It coalesces frost at a point, and the resulting freezing sphere releases its energy over the course of a minute instead of all at once. He took a branch to draw an example in the sand. If you were to protect an entry or similar bottleneck, I could place this sphere just outside. Any creatures meandering around trying to get to us, but needing to wait their turn, as it were, would be affected by the cold, making them easier to finish off. That'll be useful if we can find a suitable place, but what if we're caught in the open? Brax took a stick to draw a circle in the sand. Could you weave a wall of ice to create a barrier? The elementalist frowned in thought, sweeping some of his cynosures to one side to examine others more closely. I suppose if I had a barrel to hold the water, I could shape it into a cube, and then this sphere would freeze it, but it would take some time to create such a barricade. He gestured negligently, drawing a blank template in the air to form a draft cynosure with. If I were to stack these aqua and kita functions... No, that wouldn't work. I'd run out of traces if I did it that way. Traces? He gestured to the cynosure in front of him. These magic circles form the structure of arcane arts. It requires very specific syntax, else the art fails. It just falls apart, collapses, or crashes. Practiced mages can weave cynosures with greater complexities because they have a larger number of traces they can handle without crashing. Those are these lines and runes that you see interwoven here. The experiences I've gained and practical applications I've researched have allowed me to increase the maximum number of traces I can hold in my mind without the art collapsing. I think a more efficient method to fashion a wall of ice as you desire would require a level of complexity I'm not yet capable of. He gave a humble bow. My apologies. No need to apologize. This is new to me, Brax admitted. I'd seen these magic circles used, but I never really understood their importance until now. It's not how I use my arts at all. If I may ask, how do your mystic arts function? Fraser dismissed his various floating circles. Brax rubbed the back of his head. I'm not sure I can describe it as clearly as you have. There's a kind of resonance to things, and with training I can tune into that resonance, adjust it, read it, modify it, or move it. Mostly I'm attuned to the resonance of my own body, though, or with kinetic forces, pushing, pulling, and so forth. I had only just learned how to expand my focus and see into other people's bodies to heal them when I started to burn out and left it all behind. I understand. That sounds similar to my attunement to water energies. There's probably a similarity somewhere, the Uruk agreed. I suppose there are I suppose there are masters of mystic and arcane arts that vigorously study this sort of thing. But when it comes right down to it, I'm just a novice with a few useful tricks that let me survive longer and punch harder. I, too, feel as though I have so much more to learn. Fraser stared down at the scrawl in the sand. Getting back to this, though. If we can't create a tactical advantage with an ice wall if we get into a bind, then we'll just have to use good old-fashioned improvisation. The big man brushed his hands off and rose to his feet, Gralnick following suit. As we explore the village, let's keep an eye out for buildings that look defensible. Of course. As the two men walked back toward the village, curiosity piqued Brax's mind. So something you said earlier, those words you used to cast your arts, like aqua and heg and whatnot, you called them functions? They're multi-purpose as both the name of an arcane function for creating and compiling an effect and the invocation used to trigger it, yes, Fraser elaborated. Where do the words come from? The Uruk asked bluntly. A lot of it sounds a bit like nonsense. Oh, well, certain words and syllables have a resonance to them that align in an optimal manner with the effects we're creating when spoken in the voice. He gestured with a hand. If you are unfamiliar, I could explain. I've heard of the voice, but I'm not really sure how it works. The voice is just a manner of priming the resonance of our vocal cords to align with the arcane art we've compiled. For example, I can safely speak the syllable heg and not trigger my ray of frost. He waggled his hand in demonstration. But if I were to prime my voice, heg, and he thrust his hand forward to fire a ray of frost at the sand, creating an icy patch. You hear how my voice had a resonance to it? Brax nodded. So it's kind of like loading a crossbow. Without ammo, all you get is the twang of the bowstring as it vibrates and fires. Precisely. I've armed my voice as a weapon with my arcane art supporting it. And that's all part of your training as a mage, yeah? Quite correct. So can you use any words? Like, is my name a word thing you can use? Fraser smiled. We call them mantras, or invocations. And technically, yes, any combination of syllables can be used in an arcane art, but that doesn't mean it should be. And why is that? Oh, a great many reasons. The mage started counting them off on his fingers. Mana efficiency, resource conflicts in the cynosure, resonance dispersal causing a crash or backfire. That is to say, it might cost more mana with a different word, might have less of an impact, fizzle out, or explode in my face. Oh. Brax seemed content with that answer. That makes sense. The words I use for my arts have been refined over many iterations throughout decades, passed from teacher to student. He offered another negligent gesture, speaking with his hands on a topic he was clearly happy to have an interested audience for. That's not to say there isn't room for improvement, or that there aren't words of power as yet undiscovered. It's a constantly evolving science. Old knowledge is passed to new students, or fades into obscurity, and the cycles ever turn and circle. Brax nodded sagely. At least there are folk like you with a passion for keeping the art alive. The two men lapsed into silence as they entered the fringes of the settlement. Fraser took a moment to prepare his barrier jacket and invoke the armor spell held within his moon quartz. As they explored, they discovered a scene similar to that of the eastern village, where skeletal corpses lay haphazardly, as though mindlessly wandering before settling down to sleep wherever they happened to be at the time. Both men agreed that getting a feel for the place took precedence over taking the time to smash skulls in as they went. There was plenty of light left in the day before they would need to consider leaving. Let's just hope there's not another angry or Kalen here screaming loud enough to wake the dead, Brax muttered. The first place they checked was along the shore, where they found a well-weathered dock and a few workshops, warehouses, and a small shipyard. At least their dock appears to be of sturdier construction than their ships. Fraser shook his head as they discovered a double-masted caravel sunk at the bottom of the water. I doubt this was built here, Brax noted. More likely it was stolen and the shipyard is for repairs. A smaller ship like this would have been able to harass a larger ship like the Storm Rider, especially if they had a complement of mages aboard. Any plunder to be found within, you think? Your guess is as good as mine, but if you give me until tomorrow, I have fashioned a way for us to breathe while underwater. Fraser started to walk back down the pier. You can't do it now? The mage shook his head. I can only prepare a limited number of compiled arts in my mind, and it takes me some time to meditate and recompile a different set. I did not think we would need to dive underwater today. Oh. The Uruk found himself disappointed. That's fine. I was hoping we'd get lucky and find the artifact right away. Do you sense anything like you did with the previous one? Brax shook his head. Nothing. Either it's not here, or it's not active. The two men decided to check the building closest to the dry dock next. Besides a number of dusty work areas, tools, and old materials, they found an old single-mast skiff inside. Both were excited at the discovery, though Brax's examination did uncover a few problems. Hull's a bit rough, That spar needs replaced, and the sail is shot. The big Uruk paced around the vessel, checking it thoroughly. It's nothing I haven't worked on before on a larger scale. Yeah, I think I can repair this and make it seaworthy again, provided the materials around here are any good. If we find sufficient cloth, would just sewing it all together work to repair it? Fraser examined the ragged sailcloth with a frown. Well, we'd want something durable. We're not going to get too far on a sail made from bordello silks, you know? He gave the mage a chuckle. Let's worry about this later, though. Maybe we'll find something in one of the storehouses. Of course. The nearby storehouses were surprisingly intact, but the contents of some of the crates were not. Brax covered his nose with his sleeve, coughing at the old smell of death and decay. Growlnick's ears were flattened, suffering similarly. Even Fraser looked uncomfortable at the stale air. Any foodstuffs stored here have long since gone bad, he noted, lifting the lid of a crate, or ravaged by vermin. There are bodies around. Brax walked up to a large set of Uruk remains that Growlnick was crooning over. Hey, buddy, that's not your master. His body's already been put to rest. The maverick looked up at Brax in response, and he wasn't sure whether the beast understood, but he left the remains alone thereafter. The two men agreed that a more thorough search of the warehouses could wait until later. The workshops included places to work wood, metal, and stone, along with a couple of buildings dedicated to fishing. Brax picked up a well-balanced one-handed smithing hammer and attached it to his pack. If we find that artifact, we'll need something to break it with, he explained. This one's got a good heft to it, and fits my hand better. Stepping around old corpses and sleeping accursed, the group found a large alchemical workshop closer to the center of town. Not wanting Growlnick to cut his paws on broken laboratory glass, he tried a few variations on stay and sit, before discovering that the beast had been trained using Carthenian. That makes sense, considering he belonged to an Uruk, said Fraser. I wonder what all commands he knows. Brax glanced back once more to ensure the maverick would stay put, then stepped around carefully to examine the area. There were a small number of chests with bottles of chemicals, catalysts, solvents, as well as finished products. Cases of fine powders, ampules of fluid, lozenges, tars, patches, and bulb atomizers. Brax scowled as he read some of the labels. This workshop dealt in a pretty wide variety of illegal substances. Some of these have legitimate medicinal properties, but most are narcotics. Is there anything we can make safe use of? Fraser joined him at the products area, holding one of his cabochons to offer better lighting. The two men examined the products and found a number of small bottles marked Essence of Healing. It doesn't look like they were all sealed very well to stand the test of time. Brax examined them carefully and picked out 5 from the box that did not appear clouded or otherwise tainted. That one you drank the one evening. Do you remember if you felt any after effects? Fraser shook his head. No, though it did so imperfectly, it did mend my broken shoulder to a point where I could function without pain. The Uruk scowled at the bottle, then offered 2 of them to Fraser. Let's be careful with these anyways. I've never seen a healing potion not come with a label that warns about overdose symptoms, and these aren't even labeled for specific species. For all we know, they could make one of us sick. I remember there was an Ursuline at Academy that took a potion another student had made with the impression it would heal their injuries. The mage shuddered. It did not. What happened to them? Brax glanced down at Fraser, concern lighting his expression. He swallowed hard. It did not agree with their metamorphosizing physiology, and they had to be rushed to a clinic. Their screams were agonized, and I learned later the poor creature was being dissolved from the inside. Oh gods. The Uruk shuddered in turn. See, this is why seeking a reputable alchemist is important, and why we should not be trusting unknown fluids. If I may have a moment. He took out one of the bottles. Should we presume that these are all from the same batch? I can identify the structure of one using an arcane art. Oh, right. Yeah, go for it. Fraser held the bottle, excuse me. Fraser held the potion close to his body, his eyes covered in an opalescent sheen as he peered inside the structure and the properties of the fluid. It appears to be a distilled compound of cycloacetylene guaminate, a chemical structure infused with a sanative mana that supports accelerated healing via mending and regeneration, he murmured. Purity of the distillation appears moderate, around 63%, with pure water as the primary solvent. This should be compatible with Huaram and Uruk physiologies. While it will mend the moons of bestial species, it could cause nausea if they are sensitive to some of the chemicals used herein. It has no effect on Arcalian physiologies and can actively harm Ursulin. It remains within the blood for about a minute once consumed, and a second dose will compound, potentially causing serious illness. The mage's eyes returned to normal as his assessment completed. So we can drink one safely, but 2 or more is a risk. He looked over to the maverick waiting patiently by the door. And if we need to administer to Gralnik, that could be a problem. An accurate summary of my appraisal, Fraser agreed. There are safer and more effective distillations one could brew. It's better than nothing. He put 3 of the small vials in easily accessible pockets. If we get in trouble, I'll try to use my healing art if my hands aren't full. Having identified the contents of this potion more thoroughly, I admit I would feel more comfortable under your care. Fraser put his bottle away. They took some time to search the alchemist workshop and attached apothecary more closely, but what medicines and chemicals they found weren't anything they couldn't do without. Continuing their search outside, the group made mental note of a couple of public houses, general stores, or a bordello — there is always trade to be had in the sensual — a number of homes, and a grand lodge near the center that had the appearance of someplace important. This is a first, Brax noted as he tried the handle. The door is locked. Perhaps that key I found a while back will fit? He tried, but shook his head. This door wants a larger key. Brax gestured for Fraser and Gralnik to stand back, then smashed the door open with his boot. There, think my foot makes for a big enough key? Fraser laughed. You know, we could have tried a window. The Uruk shrugged. Open is open. Let's see what sort of fancy place this is. The interior of the lodge was dominated by a large fireplace in the back, 2 large chairs set to either side. At one time, they may have been plush and comfortable, but rodents had long since destroyed the cushions for their fluff. A number of benches and tables lined the sides of the great room, with a bar off to one side. Hunting trophies of various creatures hung mounted on the back wall, some exotic, others more mundane. Brax gritted his teeth as he noticed Fraser recoiled. Wait, what? I misread something, sorry, let me try that again. Brax gritted his teeth, and he noticed Fraser recoiled as they noticed at the same time that some of the trophies were heads of Huaram, Ashling, Uruk, Kanid, Ragari, and Arakan. Resting prominently on the center of the mantle, blue crystal and silver curves glinting in the light of Fraser's glowing cabochon, was one of the statuettes they sought. Between the group and the artifact lay a number of accursed, all of whom were stirring, their slumber disturbed by the violent entry. Let me grab another drink. More skeletons, yay. So before I get into the next part, so kind of a reminder, I forgot to read my expectations because today's been a day and I just kind of forgot to do my usual spiel. One of the things that I kind of set as an expectation is if this sounds a little bit like a tabletop RPG thing, like with all the combat, that's kind of because it was. But, you know, it was kind of a vehicle for writing a story, so yeah, it is what it is. Anyway. To battle. I guess I should have knocked more politely. Brax dropped his pack to the floor and stepped forward to adopt a combat stance and assess the situation. Fraser, get outside, quick. Gralnik, Nuzidne, outside. The Maverick had moved close to Brax's side, hackles raised as it growled at the arising threat. Nuzidne! Nuzidne! Shit, Fraser, time to see how well your freezing sphere idea works. I'll try to keep them away from you. The accursed started to bear down on them, some rushing while others took a slower pace. A compact, matinid skeleton swiped at Grownick with its claws, and the beast snarled as blood was drawn. Brax quickly found himself surrounded on two sides by a Huarum wielding a dagger of obsidian glass, and a Regari wielding a rusted and ragged short sword. He was grateful that the walls of the lodge prevented him from being flanked as he dodged the clumsy sword aimed at his midsection, and countered with a bash that knocked the skull off its bony neck. The Regari collapsed into a pile of bones and dust. Fraser, meanwhile, was enveloped in sapphire mage light as he reached Gestalt and readied his arcane art. Winter's grasp, hold inside the sphere of ice. Kita Samel! Flinging a hand out and focusing his will, a blast of frost coalesced just behind the obsidian-wielding skeleton, striking a few of the accursed and causing bones to crack and split. Growlnick, meanwhile, unleashed the flurry of both powerful jaws and sharp claws to ravage the matinid skeleton in turn, tearing it apart and scattering the bones. It was replaced by another undead as others reached the group, one managing to strike a bony fist on the Maverick's tough hide. Brax had his hands full blocking an attack of his own as the Regari he took down was similarly stepped on and replaced by another ragged-looking skeleton. A quick glance at the freezing sphere revealed a handful of skeletons within its range, their bones starting to crack and crumble from the cold. I think it's working, Fraser. He kicked out with a boot against the ragged skeleton, its bones chipped and frayed from losing some long-ago battle against the others in this room, and scattered like dice. An Uruk skeleton walked out of Fraser's freezing sphere to take its place, and as Brax blocked its incoming bashes and punches, the obsidian-wielding skeleton thrust forward with the weapon. Brax grunted as he felt the weapon sink into his thigh, though the wound neither bled nor did it tear a hole in his clothing. The pain was most certainly there, however, pulsing and aching. He suspected something foul was afoot with that blade. Fraser grimaced as he focused on the large Uruk skeleton bombarding Brax with its fist. Heg! Frost coalesced and penetrated the creature, crumbling as it succumbed to the cold. Are you alright, Brax? The Uruk sailor growled as two more skeletons stepped up, one wielding a ragged knife that slashed a shallow cut across his ribs while he defended himself against the other's bashing strikes. Still alive so far. He glanced over to Growlnick, who was trying and failing to ram the skeleton in front of him with his horns as he absorbed repeating attacks from the skeletons crowding around, some crumbling as they lingered too long within the blizzard's sphere of influence. Brax turned toward the obsidian-wielding skeleton, not wanting it to use the strange blade on the Maverick at his side, and gave a bellowing roar as he tore into the accursed. He grabbed the skeleton's arm as it tried to get one last strike in, ripping it from its socket. He then bore the creature down and stomped it into oblivion, kicking the skull across the room. Fraser took a moment to spare a look behind him, but thus far, no other accursed seemed to be attracted by the commotion. The sooner we can push through this, the better. He focused on one of the skeletons pounding its fist against Growlnick's hide. Heg! The creature crumbled at the double bombardment of frost. The Uruk focused on the enemies in front of him, gritting his teeth as a ripple of physical force deflected one skeleton's ragged and rusted knife, but didn't quite absorb the full impact of the Huarum skeleton's punches. We can do this, he rumbled. There's only a handful left. Growlnick seemed to understand Abrax's encouraging tone as he tore into one of the skeletons, trying to grope and tear with its bony fingers. The Maverick reared up with both paws to bear the creature to the floor, biting the face of its skull and ripping it off as claws ripped apart ribs and spine. The Fomoric power holding it together quickly crumbled. The accursed continued to push against him, one stepping within Fraser's freezing sphere to smash Brax in the arm, only to succumb to the cold and be replaced by yet another that struck him in the shoulder. "Hiss off!" he bellowed, kicking out and smashing his foot to the skeleton's chest, shattering its rib cage. One of these ends up looking like another at this pace. Fraser nodded, focusing his attention on the Huarum accursed outside of the Field of Frost. "Woe betide us if the entire village comes down on us like this. Heg!" A ray of frost blasted the enemy, splitting bones, causing half of its rib cage and one of its arms to crumble to the floor. But yet the creature lingered on, casting its crimson gaze in the mage's direction. Hello." Fraser was barely able to put his arms up in a feeble defense, cringing as the skeleton raised its remaining arm against him to bash against his barrier jacket. The barrier absorbed the blow, flashing bright, but his focus was scattered from the unexpected need to defend himself. The freezing sphere blustered into a swirl of frost before fading. "Blast it, I've lost my hold on it." "Are you hurt?" Brax was too focused on evading a rusty dagger from the frost-cracked skeleton in front of him to spare a glance behind him. "No, I'm fine." "Then let's keep it that way." Surging forth in a flurry of blows, Brax roared as his fists tore into the knife-wielding accursed before he pivoted and grabbed the crumbling skeleton that had struck Fraser and slammed its skull into the door jamb. Both creatures crumbled to the floor, defeated. Gralnick, meanwhile, had two more ragged-looking skeletons trying and failing to pierce his dense hide with their attacks, but only getting bashed by his horns for their efforts. Fraser stepped past Brax to get a better shot, reaching out with one hand toward the more intact skeleton of the two, badgering the Maverick. "Permit me, friend. Heg!" The ray of frost struck the skeleton square in the breastbone, shattering it. The Maverick finished the last one off in a quick pounce, strong paws ripping it in half. He continued clawing and biting at the bones scattered on the floor, not realizing that the room full of cursed had been defeated. Brax let out a sharp breath. That could have been worse. He approached the growling beast carefully, not wanting to risk being attacked himself. "Gralnick, stop! Rafnaneta, cho!" Gralnick raised his head, holding a femur in his mouth. "Good boy, divra, divra." He reached out to give the Maverick ear scritches, and the creature readily accepted the attention, dropping the bone and panting with glee. Fraser stared at the piles of bone fragments that formed a semicircle around the doorway. "That was quite the endeavor, but we were successful." He took a quick look outside to confirm nothing was headed their way before pushing the door closed as best as he could on the broken hinges. "Is Gralnick hurt?" Brax was moving his hands around the creature's body, peering inside with his mystic art to assess the damage and mend his wounds. "Nothing broken, but there's some bruised and torn flesh here. Hold still, boy, I can't focus." The Uruk grunted in frustration as the creature wiggled around and wagged his tail at the attention. "He's too excited. I can't do much for him until he calms down." "What of you? There's blood on your shirt." Fraser bought a glowing cabochon by the Uruk's torso, expression lined with worry. "I have a bigger concern." He stood and unbuttoned his breeches, checking the wound on his thigh from the obsidian knife. A nasty blood bruise had formed where the knife had struck, but the flesh was otherwise intact. "Shit. Fraser, can you check that knife and tell me if there's any magic on it that's going to kill me?" He moved over to one of the benches so he could sit, placed his hands on his leg, and began to focus. Fraser cast about for the knife and found it still held in a skeleton's hand, glittering in the light of his cabochon. "I need only a few moments." His eyes were once again covered in an opalescent sheen as he peered into the item's properties, piercing through the arcane conduits that formed its enchantment. "I see. This is no ordinary obsidian, but shadow glass, another assassin's tool. It is capable of piercing cloth and flesh without rending it on the surface, but it can ravage flesh internally. A critical wound in a busy crowd could bleed one out before one realized what happened, and the assassin could thus slip away." "It doesn't seem like the wound it inflicted is rotting my leg or anything," Brax noted. His eyes closed as the ugly bruise began to recede. Just a lot of blood that would have spilled out instead has pooled within. He sighed in relief and turned his focus to the cut across his ribs, which was clotted with blood. I'd love to know what bastard invents these blades so I can punch him in the face. They do seem like tools of a darker trade, Fraser agreed, his eyes returning to normal. While it does hold this unusual enchantment, it is fragile. If wielded with a clumsy hand, it could break if it were to strike something more solid, like metal or wood. Glass is glass, I guess. He opened his eyes and rose to his feet, reassembling his clothing. That's better. Growlithe was nosing around the piles of bones, looking for any trace of activity. Fraser watched the beast a moment, then gestured toward the fireplace. I believe our reward for this effort awaits us on the mantel. Brax nodded, then approached the statuette. The sapphire crystal it held glimmered and refracted the light Fraser held with no hint of ominous intent. I could smash it now, he rumbled, but the last time it gave off a resonant shriek that pierced my mind. The big man winced in recollection. I have a feeling it might wake the whole village if we break it, so we'd better prepare first. Minus the door being broken, this lodge seems fairly defensible. Fraser gestured to the windows. Those are all still shuttered and barred with wood, and it seems like there are no other exits. Right, so only one entrance. But that means if we get in over our heads, there's no escape unless we can pry one of the windows open fast. Brax's expression was grim. Indeed. Fraser adopted a thoughtful pose. Still, it does appear that the freezing sphere was moderately effective. I think if it was only me blocking the door, and we'd not had Growlithe in front, it would have worked even better. The Uruk nodded. But it was great while it lasted. Can you do that again? I can do so a few more times, yes, the mage answered. I need to maintain my concentration on it better. Should any of those fell creatures slip past you, lest the full thing collapse. Brax scowled at the statuette, raising one finger to touch the crystal. It felt strangely warm to touch. Let's take a moment to rest, eat, and prepare. When we're certain we're ready, we'll proceed. Once Growlithe had settled down and finished exploring the piles of bones, the two men were able to use some soothing salves to ease the pain of the bruises endured during the fight. They also took a moment to clean any cuts and scrapes from their wounds. This doesn't look too bad now that you've mended it, Fraser noted as he examined the Uruk's ribs, legs, and arms. Just a little tender yet, Brax admitted. I'll be fine. The two men also examined the remains of the skeletons in case there were other items to be found, but only came away with 2 potion bottles. One had a worn and faded label that was filled with a thick yellow fluid, while the other was labeled Essence of Mana. This latter had become unsealed, however, and its contents long since evaporated. Just as well, Fraser muttered. I have yet to see any method to replenish mana via alchemical means that wasn't a fraud. Yeah, the way I hear it on back streets, it's code for narcotics. Brax shrugged. Wouldn't know from personal experience. They set about creating a short barricade at the door using a couple of tables in the lodge to make it more difficult, more difficult but not impossible for a curse to force their way in, and more difficult for Growlithe to force his way out if he became too excited at the activity and wanted to join the fray. If one could speak directly to animals and have them understand, said Fraser, it would make tactical planning easier. Brax frowned as he worked on securing the tables. It's not impossible to forge a connection between minds, but... He trailed off, eyes distant. Anyway, this should do. More water before we continue. Actually, before we continue, I need to answer a quick call of nature. So, do I have a BRB thing here? I don't think I do. No, why didn't I prepare a BRB thing? Well, I've got a BRB soon, so I will be right back in a few moments. All right. Thank you so much for waiting. I've discovered a couple of times today it is a little challenging to wash one's hands when one of those hands is covered in wrapping after having my finger surgically worked on. So, fun times, but I managed. Washing your hands is important, people. Practice good hygiene, etc. and so forth. Let's continue. As soon as I readjust my headset. Yeah. Fraser looked at the Maverick, who was sprawled out on the floor watching the two men work. They had pushed the piles of bones off to one side, set the gear Growlick was carrying on one of the tables, double-checked the windows, and were otherwise as prepared as they could get. Only one thing left for us to do. Brax nodded and set the statuette on a nearby table and readied his hammer. "Stand clear," he warned. "The resonance this thing emits can shred your psyche. But since you weren't harmed by it last time, I'm hazarding a guess its range is very short." The elementalist nodded, searching his pocket for one of his potions just in case. "I am ready," he stated. Brax braced himself and raised the hammer before he brought it smashing down into the statuette. Silver crushed and crystal shattered as it was destroyed. But the resonance this time was more of a steady wave than a single burst. The Uruk sailor placed a hand on his temple, shaking his head. That was not nearly so bad as before. The artifact was activated last time, was it not? Fraser removed his hand from his pocket. It was. Brax returned to the lodge entry. Maybe this one didn't have the energy to explode? He peered outside and frowned. That resonance was still enough to wake the surrounding curse, though, and it lingers in the mind. Then our original task yet remains. The Uruk nodded. Prepare yourself. As crowds of skeletons slowly began to center in on the source of the resonance, those that caught sight of Brax's form in the doorframe rushed forward to satiate their bloodlust. As one reached the Uruk, he slammed his fist into its skull, shattering it. Now! Protect us from these accursed with icy wrath. Mage light flashed in Fraser's hands as he reached Gestalt. Kida Samel! A brilliant orb of sapphire ice coalesced 10 feet from Brax, blocking the entry with a churning blizzard. As the mindless skeletons hastened to push past the frost and chill, their bones cracked and crumbled, destroying the weaker ones, while those that were sturdier pushed through with crippling damage done to their bodies. Well done. The Uruk jabbed a fist out to a frost-covered skeleton, and it easily crumbled under his might. Nothing like some well-planned tactics to make life easier. Then, as Gralnik stood and started to push forward, he pointed back, giving the creature a direct look. Cho! The maverick immediately stopped and stepped back, but kept an intense stare focused on the doorway and the approaching accursed. Good boy, Divra. Fraser gave the beast a scritch behind the ear to reinforce the reward. It's safer to stay back here and let Brax handle it, unless, of course, you have something you can do from a distance. The mage focused his will on one of the skeletons that had endured the first barrage of cold. Heg! His target couldn't withstand the double bombardment of frost and crumbled into fragments. Excellent! The horde of skeletons continued its relentless march toward the lodge. Weaker ones crumbled as they tried to reach Brax, some managing to land attacks on his body before succumbing to cold. Others were made of sturdier stuff and endured as they engaged Brax in combat. The big Uruk found himself in front of a trio of ragged adventurer types, 2 wielding broken staves, and 1 with a cracked shield and cudgel that it swung with surprising strength. Evading the first 2 left him open to a bruising strike from the third, and he winced as his forearm was left throbbing and numb from a cracked bone. Fraser, do something about this shielded one. He took out one of the potions he carried, popped its lid, and quaffed it. Within moments, the aches from his accumulated abuse eased, but did not cease. Your days of mindless rage are at an end. The elementalist drew his hands up, conjuring 3 missiles of compact ice, and thrust his hands forth as he fired them. Arenalis! The missiles zipped over or around Brax, unerringly striking the shielded skeleton's bones in the skull, through the ribcage, and shattering its hip. Is that satisfactory? Fraser asked as the creature crumbled to the ground. Very. The Uruk glanced at Gralnik, who remained on guard, but did not move from the spot he was directed to hold. Thank goodness, he thought to himself. The last thing he needed was a chaotic element added to an already chaotic situation. Brax endured a glancing blow from the staff of one attacker before it succumbed to the bone-cracking frost, but more skeletons piled forward and pushed past their crumpled companions. Space was filled as soon as they emptied by fresh, more intact accursed. A tall humanoid skeleton approached, wielding a hefty one-handed war axe that at one time must have held a keen edge, but was now cracked and rusted. How are you holding up back there with that blizzard? The Uruk decided to adopt a defensive stance, having no desire to let that axe sink into his flesh. As long as you're between them and me, there is no dilemma, Fraser assured him. I'm more concerned for you. Heg! He focused his will on the axe-wielding skeleton directly in front of Brax, bolstering the blizzard and causing some bones on it to crack and splinter. Brax grunted, muscles tense and eyes sharp as he watched for telegraphs of the axe wielder's movement. With only 3 able to reach him at a time, and 2 struggling to swing properly through the doorframe, only the foe in front of him was of any real threat. Behind him, skeletons rushed forward, pushed past each other, stumbled over the remains of their brethren, and joined them as they succumbed to Fraser's blizzard orb. Those that could get within range struggled to land a blow solid enough to cause harm, being deflected, dodged, or absorbed by hard muscles. He spared a glance toward the growing pile of bones and gritted his teeth. There were so many running straight for the lodge. "I'll be fine," the Vigoruk finally said in response. "I think these walls and your ice are going to do all the work here. I'm just a big piece of meat to dangle in front to entice them. Thank all that's holy that this curse robs them of any semblance of intellect, else they would simply stand outside of its range," the mage sighed. "Heg!" Frost intensified in front of Brax to crack and break the axe wielder's bones, but despite missing an arm and half of its rib cage, it somehow still stood. "This one is remarkably robust." When they were still alive, I imagine they were quite the brute. He stepped back to let the incoming axe swing hit the doorframe. Big as an Uruk and probably hits as hard. He watched the skeleton wrench the axe out of the wood with ease. He did not want that axe sinking into anything softer than the lodge's architecture. Thankfully, it did not take much longer for the warrior skeleton to crumble against the persistent blizzard cracking it, and the threat of the axe fell along with it. That threat was quickly replaced by a faster axe, wielded by one not much shorter than the one they had just shattered, which Brax was not as prepared for. He grunted as the dull blade sunk into the lateral muscle on his left side. Though it did not bite deep, it still drew blood. "Bastard!" he growled. Pivoting his stance to address this new threat, he would need to keep a sharp eye on its movements, but holding this position was crucial for their tactics to work against overwhelming odds. Fraser flung a hand forth in a hasty gesture to try to bolster the frost biting into their enemy, though to little extra effect. "Should I prepare something bigger?" The Uruk frowned as he looked at the crowd of accursed pressing forward. While Fraser's magic was bombarding the weaker skeletons and reducing them to fragments, often before they could even come close to reaching Brax, a large crowd of intact-looking accursed was drawing near. "You might at that." He gritted his teeth as he neatly dodged or absorbed awkward blows and attempts to claw at him from around the doorframe. If this keeps up, they're going to end up with a ramp of bone into the place. As if to put action to the threat, the axe-wielding skeleton started climbing over the barricade, and Brax took a solid strike on his chest as he pushed the creature back, penetrating deep enough for blood to well and drip. The Uruk growled as he endured. Growlnik, smelling the blood, crooned in concern. The beast's muscles were still tense, waiting for a command to pounce. "Not yet," Brax muttered as he struggled to hold the crowd of clawing and bashing bones back. "I'm not done yet." He focused his resolve, tapping into everything he had to recover his fading strength and mend some of the deeper wounds. "Brax, fall back!" His voice was not lined with concern or worry, but rather determination. The mage's hands glowed with blinding sapphire radiance as a cynosure flashed at his feet. His body weaved in a dance with arcs of water and frost circling around him. "Frozen water, consume you! Kita loose!" The Uruk barely stepped out of firing range in time as frozen water rushed forward out the door in a great wave that washed over and crashed against the tide of undead. Those that weren't obliterated by the force entirely found themselves frozen in place. Brax stepped back in front of the door to survey the damage. "Damn, Fraser, I'm glad you're on my side." He quickly counted 5 that were struggling against their prisons of ice, plus 2 more that had escaped damage. The rest had been reduced to cracked and scattered bones and covered in frost. The icy prisons were not thick enough to hold them long, and some quickly recovered to push toward the lodge. Bony hands reached out to grope or swing weapons at the Uruk. He dodged another incoming axe swing before countering with a fist, shattering the skeleton. "I think it's time to go on the offensive here. Gralnik, Nuludota, attack!" The beast leaped forward in a flash, tense muscles propelling him like a spring to tackle a cloaked accursed with dry, mummified skin. Unable to resist hundreds of pounds of furry furor, its arm was torn bodily away as Growlnick bore the creature to the ground. Fraser frowned as he prepared three glowing orbs of ice. Two of these fell creatures are not like the others. I believe I also seen Arcalin in humanoid form. He cast two of the missiles at it, and one at a hulking Uruk skeleton next to it that was falling apart from his earlier blast of ice. The missiles were sufficient to destroy them both. Never mind, I've taken care of them. Brax grunted as one of the accursed took advantage of the opening he created to get one last strike in before it succumbed to the freezing sphere. You've taken care of most of them, so that isn't news. A big-boned Uruk skeleton took its place with another at its side, and he grappled against the creatures before turning their attacks away with a shove. The abuse and cold was too much for one, and it crumbled to the ground. The other scattered into fragments as it tried one last time to reach for Brax, and he responded with a punch to its jaw that sent the head flying. Growlnick, meanwhile, had finished ravaging the cloaked figure, and it lay motionless under his massive paws. The beast looked around for more prey, and gave a disappointed chuff when he discovered none were at hand. Content with the situation, he trotted back to the door of the lodge. Fraser gestured negligently, dismissing the freezing orb. That went far better than I could have possibly imagined. Brax poked his head out of the lodge to scan the area, expression grim. It sure felt like a lot, but 2 solid walls and your arcane art helped us survive this horde. I want to make sure we got them all, though. He turned to the mage. Are you up for a walk? Fraser shook his head to clear it. I will join you. My supply of mana is nearly exhausted, however, so I pray we do not encounter anything serious. First, however, we should tend to your injuries. Can you use your mystic arts? He reached up to touch the Uruk's torn and bloodied shirt. Brax grunted in response. I'm tapped out. I suppose we should see just how bad it is before the fire in my blood is cooled. He walked over to one of the benches and sat down, pulling his shirt off to check himself over. His arms, chest, and neck were covered in bruises, gouges, and scrapes. The more serious wounds on his torso had been mended to a degree thanks to his healing art, but still oozed blood. Well, it's not bad for taking on. How many are cursed? Did you happen to count? No, the mage replied. He used a cleansing water art on Brax's body and clothes before removing his medical kit from his pack. I could not see the horde clearly, and I was focused on the activity directly in front of us while maintaining my concentration on the sphere. I suppose there's no knowing how many that blizzard of yours cracked down. He hissed as Fraser applied an antiseptic fluid. Careful with that, man. It stings. He smiled as he gently dabbed at the injuries. You endured the wrath of countless undead. I think it's fair to presume you can endure this, no? When you put it that way, it makes me think my pride is on the line or something. The Uruk adopted a petulant look in jest before he let Fraser continue his treatment. Growlnick padded over to the 2 men, gently bunting at Brax's knee. This one's behavior was extraordinarily disciplined, Fraser noted. He is a very good boy. Divra Growlnick, he murmured in agreement, giving the maverick plenty of scritches behind the ears and horns until the beast was rumbling in contentment. Once they felt recovered from the stress of battle, Brax put his shirt back on, cleaned thanks to Fraser, but still torn, and the 3 went outside to explore the village and check for stragglers. Excuse me. I'm tempted to just keep my shirt off at this rate, the Uruk muddled, scowling at the damage to his clothes. I do have a sewing kit, if it comes down to a wardrobe emergency, Fraser offered. We might need it at that. The big man quickened his step to approach a ragged and crumbling sun-bleached accursed whose left leg had been severed mid-calf. A powerful boot to the ribcage set it to rest permanently. Over the course of the next few hours, they searched the village thoroughly, but the only undead that remained were those in the worst condition, with bodies so badly broken that they were of little threat. They then wound their way back to the lodge to check the remains of the horde for useful equipment. Well, this one is ghastly, Fraser observed as he picked up an Arakan skull. The eye is still intact. I doubt that's a normal eye. Brax took the skull and pried the eye out. As I thought, it's made of glass. There's some runes or something on the back of it. He offered it to Fraser. Oh? The mage accepted it, curious. I shall have to peer into its properties later and see what enchantment it holds, if any. Careful it doesn't peer back. Brax gave him a cheeky grin. As long as someone else isn't peering through it, said Fraser. Could you imagine having a link into someone else's eyes? How unnerving such an enchantment would be. From the piles of bones at the lodge, the two men found a number of worn and broken equipment. But the items they determined worth keeping included a bronze pendant with an intact onyx gemstone, the glass eye, a handful of gold, a potion, and the cloak carried by the mummified remains. I suspect this one was once Urshlan, Fraser conjectured. These facial features don't resemble any non-changeling species. Death has a strange way of making folk unrecognizable, especially after years, said Brax. He picked up the cloak and admiring the shimmering silver threads woven throughout. It is odd that their body is not skeletonized like the others, though, yeah? I suppose I had never seen an Urshlan corpse before. By the time they had finished their search, the sun was dipping low in the sky. They decided to fall back to a small cabin they had discovered that seemed reasonably secure, clean, and built with large, sturdy furniture. Probably one of the Uruk men lived here, Fraser said. Or perhaps a large Arakan? Uruk turned out to be correct, and further exploration uncovered a journal where they learned the inhabitant was a common thug that worked at the docks, loading and unloading contraband. An Uruk man by the name of Rul Grushudai. Brax skimmed the Carthanian's words. Entries weren't written often going by these dates, and mostly filled with hateful words. He set the book aside and shook his head. Reads more like a list of grudges. It would appear that he was something of a pugilist. Fraser picked up a pair of heavy steel knucklebusters with holes far too large for his fingers. He offered them to Brax instead. The Uruk tried them on and found they fit snugly over his gloved hands. Another layer of protection when I punch is always a comfort. If you would permit me to test something. Fraser reached up to take Brax's hands in his own. I have tried this on simple weapons such as daggers, but I wonder if I could infuse these with mana. It's not going to make my hands turn into ice, right? Brax tilted his head, more curious than concerned. No, but I can feel the structure of the metal. Yes, this will work. He closed his eyes, and after half a breath, the knuckles began to thrum softly with a faint power. There you are. It doesn't last long, maybe a minute at most, but if you encounter a situation where physical force alone is not sufficient, this could help. Brax closed his hands around the metal knuckle and took a couple of experimental jabs. There's a kind of resonance to it. It feels weird, but hey, I'm all for every edge we can get. They set about starting a fire at the hearth to cook a hot meal for dinner out of their rations. I'll be glad when we can get back to civilization and eat something besides fish, Brax admitted, but it's better than starving. Fraser was sweeping dust and debris away from a spot where he planned to set their bedrolls when he froze. Brax, can you feel that? The Uruk lifted his head and cast his gaze toward the open door where fresh air was drifting in. I can smell it. The two men hastened outside, Gralnick padding next to them obediently. They faced the southern sky and watched as a dark, twisting pillar rose. Ugly clouds began to form, and there was an ominous rumble of thunder. The third artifact. Brax's tone was grim. It's been activated. Let me take this pill real quick. Then, does someone yet live on this island of the dead? Fraser wondered. Are they treasure seekers like the party we encountered on the southern shore? Dunno, said Brax, but I do know one thing. If someone is capable of creating storms like the one that hit us that night, that could make it difficult for the Storm Rider once they return. We must venture south through the jungle and stop it. Fraser grimaced at the necessity. Tell me, do you sense anything of the artifact's formoric power? Brax closed his eyes, letting his senses reach out. No, it's far enough away that it can't touch our minds here. The mage breathed a sigh of relief. That at least grants us a measure of time to rest, recover, and plan our next steps. Right. Brax gestured back toward the thug's house they had commandeered and led the way inside. At the moment, I'm just hoping the roof doesn't leak. He closed the door behind them and moved to secure the window shutters. Sound effects. I should do the things. The storm continued to build over the course of the next hour, gusts of wind and rumbles of temperamental thunder soon unleashing its rage. The house groaned, creaked, and rattled under the maelstrom, but its construction held fast, and the three remained safe and sheltered. As they rested, Fraser took some time to identify the few items they had looted. This pendant is ornamental, the mage started, but the gemstone is of fine quality. This clear potion is a healing compound like the ones we're already carrying, but it has a greater purity of cycloastosine duaminate. The thick yellow fluid in this bottle is applied to your hands and feet, not consumed, and allows you to climb surfaces with ease. He offered them to Brax. They would be best utilized by you, friend. The Uruk accepted them. And the cloak? This cloak has some fascinating properties. Fraser stood and put the cloak around his body. It is a moon's... excuse me. Sorry, apparently I've just started puberty. This cloak has some fascinating properties. Fraser stood and put the cloak around his body. It is a moon silver cloak. At present time, it does nothing. It requires that you spend some time aligning to its functions. However, once your own consonance is in harmony with its resonance, it can take the light of the moon and shift its visual wavelength to create a cloak of shadows. A useful tool for a top storyman on the prowl. I wonder if it would make you harder to see by those accursed, Brax mused. Fraser removed the cloak. Perhaps, assuming they don't rely on other senses to detect the living. Well, you hold on to it. What about the eye? The enchantment on this prosthetic serves a mundane but medically valuable purpose. It replaces your vision as if it were a normal eye. An ersatz eye, one might say. He held it up to his face, the eye appearing reptilian in nature. Its appearance will match your natural eye, but like the cloak, it requires attunement to its arcane resonance to use. The big Uruk looked thoughtful. Most folk that I know who've lost their eye usually go to a medical specialist to have it repaired or regenerated, he rumbled, so I'm not sure how valuable it would be. It wouldn't exist without purpose, Fraser observed. Perhaps it could help one who was born blind. True, or maybe it's cheaper to produce than the cost to hire a specialist to heal an eye destroyed through accident or disease. Fraser shook his head. I would have to confirm with Mother, but this strikes me as the kind of enchantment that bears some production costs. Does it have any other powers? Seeing through walls, detecting magic, and so forth? The mage shook his head again. I think it could be modified by an expert in the craft to do so, but as it stands, this object holds no special power outside of granting vision to the blind. It's still useful. There was little else to do but eat, rest, and wait out the storm. There wasn't much to explore, as the thug's cabin was a single-room affair with an offshoot room for the privy. They found some clothing that would have fit Brax, but it had not been stored securely and was riddled with holes from chewing vermin. I put enough holes in the clothing I already have, the Uruk muttered, disappointed. I may have to research some way to manipulate the material structure of objects so I may mend them using an arcane art. Fraser stroked his chin, now bearing a denser scruff from the past few weeks. It should be a simple affair, really. If I may borrow your shirt? Brax shrugged and pulled his ripped shirt off. If you think it's possible, I'll leave you to figure it out. I'll work on getting us fed. Fraser drew forth a blank cynosure to draft some experimental arcane functions with, quickly becoming absorbed in his art construction over the next hour. It took a few tries before Brax was able to pull him away from his work so he could eat dinner. I think I'm close to figuring it out, Fraser said. I may need to sleep on it. By the way, did you still want to explore that sunken ship? Brax nodded. We won't have to worry about the artifact, but I'm curious if there's any loot we might find useful in there that's still intact. We may as well do that while we're here. Sorry, I had to cough. Then I will ensure I've prepared an art to allow us to breathe freely underwater. He looked over to the Maverick, who was happily chomping on a big bowl of smoked fish that had been shredded for him. Ideally, it will be just the two of us. I'm not certain an animal would understand the process. I doubt he'd be of much help exploring a sunken wreck, either. Brax hungrily chewed on some dried fruit, having already finished plentiful helpings of fish stew. He seems to understand some basic commands if I speak in Carthenian, so a simple hold should work. They lapsed into silence for long moments as they finished eating, punctuated only by the raging storm. Fraser used his cleansing water art on the group, then the dishes, then stacked the dishes aside. Brax stretched out on his bedroll by the hearth. Doors and windows are secure enough, and we were pretty thorough in cleaning out the accursed. It should be safe just to sleep tonight. He unlaced his boots and kicked them off. Normally, the sound of a storm is a comfort to sleep to, Fraser admitted, but this unnatural maelstrom has me feeling uneasy. I wish to continue working on these arcane functions for a little longer. Brax gave the mage a lingering stare. All right, but don't work too hard and pass the night away. I will rest once I feel sleep calling, the mage promised. He sat at a hardwood table and recalled his cynosures, a number of floating circles, lines, runes, and other arcane fragments floating around him. Brax glanced over to Graunik, who had already dropped off into a deep slumber by the crackling hearth. He then returned his focus to Fraser. The mage's brow was furrowed in concentration as he held the torn shirt, eyes limned in a sheen similar to that of when he was identifying enchantments. He had to admire the Huarim's dedication to his arcane sciences, though they were viewed in a different light than his own mystic arts. Mysticism was more secretive and exclusive in general, especially amongst the Uruk, who still held certain fears about it. He could understand why those fears existed, having had more exposure to such arts. Perhaps someday the art would be refined into as much a science as Arcana was, maybe even to a point that the two were considered different sides of the same coin, viewed through a normal lens. In his heart of hearts, between his sexual preferences and his silver eyes, he knew normal was firmly outside of his reach in this life. As he drifted off to sleep, he wondered how life might have been different, if only his eyes were a different color, and his ardor was more traditional. More water. Oh, it is almost midnight. I thought I was going to finish this tonight. I am on part 26. I want to say that I've got 20% left to go. 15%? I don't know. Maybe I'll keep going. I'll keep going for a little longer. Brax awoke early the next morning to find Fraser snuggled up in a blanket close beside him. The fire had long since gone out, and the storm had cooled its temper somewhat, but heavy rains still battered the cabin. He carefully rose so as not to disturb the mage, pulled his boots on without lacing them, and checked his shirt. The mage had managed to find some way to mend the torn cloth, and it was as good as new. Nicely done, he murmured as he pulled the shirt on. Gralnick stirred awake at Brax's movement as he started a fire and got breakfast started. He opened the door so the maverick could do his business outside before returning and shaking the water off of his fur. Once breakfast was warming and Gralnick had settled back on the floor, Brax sat down and took a moment to focus his inner sight, assessing his wounds to mend them. It wasn't as bad as it looked, but there were a myriad of bruises and scrapes left over from the previous day's fighting. His healing art repaired them within moments. He flexed his hand, testing the muscles of his arm to ensure everything felt right. Adjust some of that a little bit. Fraser awoke as breakfast finished heating, though it was the same fare they had been eating and was not the most exciting thing to wake up to. "Good morning, Brax," said Fraser as he rubbed the sleep out of his eyes. "Ah, I see you've already found the shirt I mended." "I did, thank you." He tugged at the cloth. "Good and sturdy. I appreciate it." The mage smiled. "I'll repair anything else that's been torn after I've broken my fast." "Wish there was something more, variety-wise," Brax muttered. He rummaged through his pack to take out some hardtack from his rations to supplement breakfast with, crunching the biscuit with thick teeth and strong jaws. "We could always do a more thorough search of the buildings. Perhaps we might discover an intact bow and arrows or similar hunting tools," Fraser suggested. "We might, at that. Maybe after we're done with the Wander water dive?" He took a long pull from his tankard of water. "So, how's your water-breathing thing going to work? Anything I should know?" Fraser chewed thoughtfully on some dried fruit. "I don't think so. In essence, it forms a bubble around your head that continuously extracts breathable air from the surrounding water. Master Shilstra demonstrated the fundamentals to me once, and I'm confident it will work without issue." "And if there is an issue?" Brax cast a sidelong look at the mage. "Then we return to the surface, and I refine the arcane functions as necessary." He shrugged, as though drowning was not a concern for him. The Uruk frowned to himself. Fraser had not yet shown reason to distrust his art, but the idea of something going wrong while underwater could turn fatal fast. "We'll be careful. I made something to help us." Fraser stood to retrieve something from his pack and handed over a bracelet fashioned from braided strips of hem. Securely woven inside the braid was one of his glowing glass cabochons. "I'm not sure how Uruk vision functions while underwater, but I don't expect to be able to see very far." "It's not as bad as Huaran vision, but the extra light couldn't hurt," he admitted. He pocketed the bracelet. "Thanks." "Of course," the mage replied with a smile. Once finished eating, the two prepared for their underwater excursion. There was little need to go out fully dressed or carry much with them. Brax changed into his old sailcloth breeches, while Fraser stripped down to his underlinen. Both wore the bracelets Fraser had fashioned and carried a knife with some empty canvas bags. Carried a knife and some empty canvas bags. The storm had settled into a drizzle by the time the two men padded barefoot onto the dock where the sunken ship rested. "Gralnick, cho!" Brax commanded. The maverick obediently sat on his haunches and watched the two men curiously. This art is quite efficient, Fraser started, and should last us all day. He raised both hands, and identical cynosures appeared at each. Grant us an undene's breath. Aqua Zamel! A faint globe of light appeared around the head of the two men. Brax poked at it with his finger, but found it spectral in nature, and his hand passed through it effortlessly. It won't pop, I guess, eh? No, it's not like a literal bubble of air, Fraser explained. You can dive freely. Observe. With that, he leapt into the water and moved his arms and legs to keep himself from floating to the surface for a few moments before letting himself rise. It works perfectly, he proclaimed, looking pleased with himself. That was all Brax needed to hear. He jumped into the water after him and sunk his head. The experience was eerie, where water could not touch his head until it reached his neck. Yet he could see clearly through the globe, as if it were the finest glass. Fascinating, he murmured. Then, realizing he could speak underwater, swam over to Fraser, who had dove back underwater. This is amazing, Fraser! The mage tilted his head. Brax could see the mage's mouth moving, but what sound he could hear was muffled to oblivion. He then pointed upward, and both men resurfaced. It would appear that while the spell does a fine job of granting us air to breathe, it does not grant us a channel of air through which we can speak, Fraser observed, disappointed. I admit I had not thought of communication. Brax frowned. He knew of a way to communicate, but it was something he had pushed away long ago. He wasn't sure if he could awaken it. We might just need to use hand gestures for now. Let me try something. He pointed back down, and both men dunked their heads under the water. Then Fraser swam toward him. Fraser then swam toward him, his face coming close to Brax's as though to approach for a kiss. What? There was an odd squeaking sound as the two air bubbles pressed against each other. Can you hear me now? Fraser asked. His voice was muffled but audible. That's better, but not very practical. Brax gritted his teeth and closed his eyes, trying to cast out his thoughts. Fraser, can you hear me? A pause. Brax opened his eyes. The mage just looked thoughtful. Fraser, he tried again. Nothing. Let's just rely on hand gestures unless we need to communicate something more complex. Agreed, said Fraser. The two men rose to the surface once more to check on Growlnick, who had shuffled forward and was laying on the dock, horned head peering over at the two men. Brax could hear the beast's tail thumping in muted excitement. We'll be back up in a while, Growlnick, Brack explained, though he was certain the creature couldn't understand. Cho, Growlnick, cho, divra. The creature lowered his ears, disappointment evident that he could not join them in the water. He gave a grudging chuff of acknowledgement. Brax and Fraser dove under the surface, and I have sounds for that, so hang on. Brax and Fraser dove under the surface. The water was still choppy from the storm, but while Brax had no difficulty navigating with his powerful body, the mage appeared to be struggling despite being immersed in his element. Don't you have an arcane art to help you swim? He wondered aloud, knowing his voice wouldn't reach. Brax chose to adopt a more casual pace so that Fraser could keep up. As clear as the breathing bubble was, the storm had churned the water to a degree and was murky. Visibility began to diminish to a point that even an Uruk's ability to see in the darkness was of little help. The light bracelets that Fraser fashioned were proving valuable to help counter that, but their vision was still limited. Brax kept close by to ensure he would not lose sight of Fraser. Down they went, fish darting away as the two men swam past. A small shark about the size of Brax's arm approached them, curious, but diverted toward the less dangerous prey that the two men were stirring up. Finally, they reached the deck of the sunken ship. Fraser appeared a little out of breath as he pressed his air bubble against Brax's. I shall have to concoct some manner of swift swimming, I think. Hey, arcane arts can't solve all of your problems, man. Just get in the water and exercise more. The Uruk gave his companion a broad grin. Fraser made a noise that could have been a snort or a raspberry. It was difficult to tell. Perhaps I shall explore that solution over time as well. The double-masted caravel had become coated in a dusting of silt and debris from the years spent underwater. There's only two places to search on a ship like this, Brax said. The captain's quarters and below decks. Where to first? The captain's quarters seems like the most likely place to find something valuable, Fraser noted, though I suppose it depends on what cargo the ship would carrying. We'll try the captain's quarters. Brax led the way, swimming toward the door and pushing the decaying wood open easily. The light he held revealed a murky interior that held elements familiar to the sailor. A large table for navigation and course plotting, various tools, all rusted or decayed, and a separate entrance to the captain's private quarters. Fraser tapped on Brax's arm, pointing in the direction of the far corner. A glint of metal peeked out from a broken chest. It did not take long to reveal the small chest contained a solid amount of coin. Though the silver was tarnished, gold and platinum pieces still held some glow. The two men carefully scooped the pile into one of the canvas sacks, filling it. It was weighty, and Brax wasn't entirely sure how easy it would be to bring to the surface, as they did not have a rope long enough to just pull it up. Perhaps it could be done a bit at a time. They found nothing else of value, so the two men swam into the... Sorry, I'm just wondering about some of the words I chose here. So the two men swum into the captain's personal quarters. What was once a soft bed had been destroyed, leaving only rotting boards. The only intact item of interest was a heavy metal chest that withstood corrosion and shined bright in the light of their cabochons. Brax pointed to it, and Fraser nodded before the two men went to examine it. Brax held up his hands as they neared, then gestured for Fraser to come close so they could speak. I don't trust an outlaw captain in possession of such a finely worked chest not to have some kind of safeguard. Agreed. The two men checked the chest carefully. As Brax slowly brought his hand toward it, he winced as he felt sharp snaps of electricity breach the distance from the chest to his flesh. Looks like some kind of arcane trap, he said once their bubbles were pressed together. Do you think you can puzzle out how to disable it? I can try, but please stand clear in case it discharges. I can already tell it holds a significant charge of mana behind it. Brax did as he was told, and Fraser conjured a number of cynosures that encompassed the heavy chest. Long minutes passed as the circles slowly turned, runes and lines in their middle shifting, twisting, and fading. Finally, just as Brax wondered if they might need to leave it behind, there was a bright flash that made his heart stop, but Fraser appeared unharmed. The Uruk pushed himself against the floor rapidly to press his bubble against Fraser's. Are you all right? He realized he was holding the mage's arms hard in his surprise and loosened his grip. Yes, my apologies. I did not mean to concern you. The mage shook himself faintly. It required a bit of finesse, but I was able to divert the electric shock through the ship. I had to create a channel for it, however, since salt water is conductive and I did not wish to bear the full brunt of its force. This is now safe to open. They tried, but the chest was locked. Perhaps this key fits, said Fraser, removing the key attached to the metal chain that also held his signal whistle. He removed the chain, taking care not to remove his crystal blue pendant in the process, and tried it. While the key fit, it did not unlock the chest. You'll find what that mystery key goes to one of these days, Brax assured the disappointed mage. It could be anything, but alas, surely there is something of great value in here. It's too heavy to swim with, and too far to winch unless we can find a lot of rope to string together. Let's see if there's a key somewhere. They searched the cabin thoroughly, but only turned up silt and decaying wooden cloth. Brax shook his head and pointed down, then pressed his head against Fraser's. Let's try below deck. The two men left their sack of coin next to the chest, then swam outside and down the stairs leading below deck. A number of crates and chests were piled in the center of the ship, along with a number of skeletons with their flesh long picked clean by sea life. Some of the crates had burst open from their weight and the flow of the currents. Glints reflected from their lights Glints reflected from their lights as they explored, but opening crates uncovered most of their contents were utterly destroyed. Bolts of silk, cloth, and assortments of clothing were all decayed. Crates of food had long since been ravaged by fish, though jars of preserves remained dubious as to their safety. A number of monstrous trophy heads were rotten and worthless. Crates filled with books were opened only for the pages to dissolve in the water, much to Fraser's great disappointment. All was not lost, however, as the two men discovered some intact jewelry, gemstones, and a couple of undamaged and carefully sealed potion bottles. Similarly intact, resting in what was once a highly prized case of carved hardwood and padded velvet, was a wand fashioned of bright silver-blue metal. The glass lid detached as Fraser opened it. This appears to be fashioned of Lacon, Fraser observed as he swum close to Brax to show it to him. Laconia is rare. This would be valuable even if it were merely ornamental. I shall examine it when we're back on the land to see whether it holds enchantment. He placed it carefully in the bag with their growing pile of loot. They moved on to the next room, which held equipment for cooking. A few skeletons rested on the floor here as well, but two men did not hold much hope for finding. The two men did not hold much hope for finding anything, but searched nonetheless. As Brax searched the cabinet, he noticed movement on the edge of his vision behind Fraser, who was sorting through some junk on her prep table. Unaware of the rising Arakan skeleton behind him, Brax was helpless as he turned to face the threat and shot a warning to the mage. Fraser! The mage's head snapped up as if in response to his shout, but it was too late. The accursed thrust forward with a silvery spear that glinted in the light. A burst of blood dissolved in the water from Fraser's chest as the Arakan's weapon penetrated him from behind. He could see, more so than hear, his scream. No! Brax struggled to find his footing as the skeleton ripped the spear out of his target and thrust again. Blood welled into the water as the mage was nearly struck, but some serendipitous blessing caused one of the hanging rusted pans to break from its position and deflect the spear just as it was flying for his heart. Like a deep-sea squid in danger, Fraser weaved boreal power around him to propel away from the threat, leaving a trail of blood behind him. He floated at an odd angle as he twisted his body toward the enemy, one hand pressed against his chest to try to stem the tide of blood, while the other was held out with fingers splayed. Desperation lined his face, and he gritted his teeth as a hasty cynosure conjured 3 icy spheres. A shout that Brax could not hear launched them, and they burst against the bone of the Arakan, ripping away fragments. Brax reached up and grabbed the floating mage, pulling him close in an urgent attempt to deliver medical aid and mend the serious wound. He could do little more than staunch the flow of blood to keep him from bleeding out before he had to turn and focus on the approaching accursed and its spear. The skeleton thrust forward at Brax. The Uruk gritted his teeth as he focused on his mystic training, and a ripple of energy barely deflected the blow from sinking into his abdomen. Fraser, meanwhile, had prepared another trio of ice missiles that he launched into the creature, tearing away its arm and most of its ribcage. A glint attracted Brax's attention, and he realized the accursed had a key on a chain around its neck. "I'll take that, thank you very much," he muttered, as he reached forward and grabbed the accursed by its neck and ripped its head off with his brute strength. The remainder of the bones lost their cohesion and fell apart, floating down to the floor. With key in hand, he turned to check on Fraser. Blood continued to seep from his wound and cloud the water, though with less volume now. He gently touched the ragged wound and focused his will, starting at the center of his body, and mending blood vessels, lung tissue, and broken bones, until at last he could mend the flesh itself. The wound was raw-looking, but far past the danger stage. Brax pressed his face close to Fraser's to speak. "This is the best I can do until tomorrow. Are you okay?" The mage coughed in his air bubble, expelling blood and seawater trapped in his lung. "It aches, but the pain is nothing compared to what it was before your treatment. I owe you my life. We're just lucky it wasn't worse. Where's your barrier jacket?" Fraser winced at Brax's scolding tone. "I admit I made a serious error in judgment and did not think I would need it. I will correct that forthwith." He focused his will, and a shimmering field appeared around his body. Please, never put your safety at risk like that again," Brax pleaded. "You have my word," Fraser promised. "Thank you." He was about to pull his head back and disengage from conversation, but Fraser reached up to keep it close. "Brax, before I forget, how did you do that?" the mage asked. "Do what?" Brax furrowed his brow, confused. "How did your shout reach my ears through the water?" The Uruk stared at Fraser. "What? Which shout?" "My name. You called my name to warn me, though it was too late. Your voice was as loud as though you were standing right next to me, shouting directly into my ear." He tilted his head, curious. Brax shook his head and pushed himself away from the mage. He thought he had suppressed it, but in the stress of the moment, he must have lost control. Fraser pushed himself close again. "Brax, are you okay?" "I didn't mean to," the Uruk said, his voice shaking. "I'm sorry. I didn't see anything. I didn't hear anything. I promise. I didn't invade your mind." "Invade my mind?" The mage's eyes widened with mingled shock and confusion. "You remember how I talked about how Uruk fear the Silver-Eyed, right? Mysticism and all that?" Brax grimaced. "Touching the minds of others, for anything from far-speaking and dream-fasting to reading one's thoughts as if the brain were an open book. Unbidden, unwelcome, penetrating. I could do that. I've had my own mind probed so I would understand it, with the expectation that I would train in the art. But it felt like a violation worse than anything that could have been done to my body." "Oh, Brax, I'm so sorry." Fraser instinctively reached his arms around and embraced the Uruk. Brax slowly raised his arms to return the gesture. "It's like you've been stripped naked, laid out, bound, helpless, and vulnerable, and He gritted his teeth, holding Fraser tight, vision blurring from tears brought on by trauma years in the past. "I promised myself I'd never touch the minds of others. I never want anyone else to go through that feeling." He hadn't meant to break down, but memories awoke in a flood, and he could not hold them back. In due course, the emotions welled back down, into a calm, and Brax eased his crushing embrace around the mage. "Sorry," he muttered. "There is no reason for you to apologize," Fraser assured him, "though I will admit I was not aware of an Uruk's potential for crushing hugs." Brax huffed a weary laugh. "Uruk are renowned for their hugs." "Indeed." The mage pointed upward. "Do you want to return to the surface?" "No." Brax shook his head. "No, as unexpected as this all has been and draining, I'd rather we finished exploring the shipwreck." Nothing else of value was found in the lower decks, but the spear wielded by the Arakan skeleton was fashioned of a Krisnil alloy, bright silver and free of corrosion. It remained sharp after its time underwater. They took it with them. Finally, they used the key held by the Arachid on the chest in the captain's quarters. It unlocked with a satisfying thunk when Brax turned the key, and inside the two found a gleaming male hauberk of bright blue mithril. It's a bit large for me, but even if this fits neither of us, it's still an exceptionally valuable find, Fraser noted. Brax could only nod in agreement. With little else to discover, they took some time to determine what they could bring up with their first trip. Fraser's swimming power, despite being in his element, was limited by his weaker body. The two men agreed that Fraser should take the bag of gems, jewelry, and other lighter objects, while Brax would bring the spear, chainmail hauberk, and as much coin as they could carry. They opted to abandon the tarnished silver coins, bringing only platinum and gold. Despite this, it still took Brax 2 trips to safely carry all of the coin without straining himself. Fraser had insisted that both descent and ascent were done slowly with frequent stops, and Brax had to agree. Decompression sickness had struck a few sailors during diving contests who thought they could go deeper than they safely could and return to the surface too quickly. Excuse me. Gralnick followed the two men happily as they carried their loot back toward the cabin. Midway there, they paused as they noticed another pillar of swirling darkness rising toward the sky. "The pressure has returned," Fraser murmured. "Has the artifact been activated again?" asked Brax. "I thought you said it could only create storms once a week." "That is correct," Fraser frowned as he gazed skyward. "Perhaps that artifact was constructed differently, or modified." The Uruk grimaced. "The storm riders should be here within a few more days. We need to get over there and find out who's causing this and stop them." "Tomorrow?" the mage asked. "Tomorrow," Brax agreed. Once back at the cabin, they took some time to spread out, dry, and examine their loot from the ship. 12 platinum bullion coins were added to their growing coin pile, along with 200 gold bullion coins. They would need to be converted into local currencies before they could be spent on their travels, but were a valuable find. The jewelry and gems were of varying quality, and the tarnished silver would need to be cleaned before it could be sold, but anything made of gold and emerald was still intact. The mithril hauberk and crystal alloy spear were non-magical, but finely crafted of uncommon metals that made them stronger and more valuable than steel. The hauberk turned out to be too small for Brax to wear, rendering it functionally useless to them, even if it still held a valuable price. The spear was a point of contention between the two men. "I know you have your arcane arts, but I think you should hold on to this," said Brax. "It's valuable for holding enemies at bay." "Perhaps so, but I wouldn't even begin to know how to use it effectively," Fraser countered. "You have the strength and skill to put it to good use, do you not?" "If it were a longer spear, maybe." He held the weapon next to his body and stood straight, demonstrating the discrepancy. "This wasn't fashioned for someone of my height. I could use it, but it would be awkward. No, given the choice between the two, I would rather stick to what I know, and that's my fists. They're the right size for me." The mage looked to Gralnick, who was sitting on his haunches and watching the two men sort their equipment. "I don't suppose you should like to wield this, would you?" asked Fraser. He only got a curiously tilted head in response. The lack of opposable thumbs kind of makes that idea a wash. Brax set the spear down. "Just consider it. I think the silent blade I have at hand would be easier for me to wield, despite the requirement of close quarters to utilize it," said Fraser. "If I may be frank, if I have been reduced to melee combat, then something has gone wrong and I am in trouble. I would rather avoid such situations entirely if possible." In the end, the two agreed that Gralnick would carry the spear with him until either of the two men found a need for it. Next came the potions, both of which were sealed ampules that protected them completely from their underwater storage. One of them contained a thin, luminescent violet oil that Fraser found would grant one's flesh resistance to entropic damage for an hour, while the ampule that contained a clear fluid was an even finer purity of cycloastacine guamanate to heal flesh. 89% purity is rare to see, so I doubt this was manufactured in the faculty we discovered here, Fraser noted as he handed both potions to Brax. Finally, the laconic wand held enchantments to aid in arcane arts that required careful aim against their target to strike, such as Fraser's Ray of Frost. Sadly, it only improves my aim. It doesn't make such effects harder to resist. That's still better than nothing, said Brax. They spent the remainder of the day sorting what was needed, checking their gear, and attempting to plan. Fraser spent some time with his arcane arts to clean and mend anything that had been damaged, such as clothing or the canvas tents. Items like the mithril hauberk and their jewelry and coin were placed on the table along with other other miscellaneous things like the tin of soothsayer salts and fishing net and tools. The need to travel light on this venture took priority over carrying valuables. I think we can expect to encounter a similar situation to this village, where we will have to contend with a significant horde of the cursed, said Fraser. However, if there is a living person activating the artifact, there is no knowing their talents or skills. Brax folded his massive arms and nodded, expression grim. We'll have to play this one by ear. I just hope we can find a tactical advantage like we did yesterday to make the job easier. He stared down at Gralnick, who was cleaning the fur on his forearm. He didn't want either the Maverick or Fraser to come into harm, but he knew of no way to keep them out of danger short of insisting he travel south alone, and that was foolhardy. Fraser was examining his array of cynosures, moving them around. I think I shall make ready a stronger version of my ice missiles. I shall need to aim them, but perhaps the wand we found can aid me here. You're the expert, Brax replied with a shrug, as long as you keep that blizzard sphere ready too. That art was potent in the right place. Agreed, the mage replied, moving another cynosure around. He then dismissed them with a wave of his hand. With a good night's rest, I shall be prepared. Brax let out a slow breath. Let's hope we both are. The two men settled down to find ways to keep idle hands busy, reading or working on arcane cynosure coding, as they did not want to venture outside in the raging storm. That brought up another point of concern in Brax's mind. What do we do if the artifact is activated again? Or continuously? The Uruk looked to Fraser for his insight. The jungle may buffer some of the force of the gale, but it will still be dangerous to travel. Do you have any arts that can protect us? The mage shook his head. The ability to control the weather requires a level of complexity that only a master of Arcana could hope to successfully compile. Even countering the force of the winds, as Master Shilstra was doing, is outside of my humble reach. An elementalist with an affinity for Earth Arcana could perhaps create barriers, but... Fraser trailed off. I suppose we will have to endure the storm as best as we can, if that happens. He lowered his gaze back to his book. Hours stretched on, and the day passed into evening. The storm showed no signs of abating, and the two men turned in not long after dinner so as to get an early start on the next day. They broke their fast quickly, picked up their packs, and began to travel south as the promise of dawn mingled with the storm's clearing. The two agreed not to burden Gralnick with the heavy casks for this trip, as Fraser provided assurance that he could draw safe water from their surroundings if necessary, so the beast only carried the crystal spear on his harness. The sounds of jungle wildlife, waking with the dawn, soon surrounded them. Hooting, warbling, chirping, and other exotic calls spanned the trees. The lightening skies did little to reveal their path, which had become overgrown. Wait, do I have bird sounds? Also, it's not raining anymore. Nope, wrong thing. There. Bird sounds, I guess. That's not really the thing I'm going for here, but it'll do. Anyway. The lightning skies did little to reveal their path, which had become overgrown. While the narrow trail did permit them to travel single file for a time, fallen trees with dangling vines obstructed their progress. Brax raised his glowing cabochon aloft. Those vines travel out of range of this light, and I don't trust them not to be attached to something deadly. Let's peck around this mess, but be careful. Let me lead. Fraser nodded, taking a moment to conjure a barrier jacket. I trust to your experience here, friend. It took some time to make their way across damp plants and brush, using a short sword to awkwardly hack away at the jungle. They found their way back to the trail in due course, but it cost them precious time. As the dimmest of light started to filter through the trees, the mage called for a brief halt. The jungle sounds had become muted. Pressure of a storm is building once again, he said. Can you sense it? Brax closed his eyes and took in the air. It's harder to tell with the smell of the jungle around, but I think so. We expected this would happen. Indeed. Let's press on. Over the course of the next hour, the light that started to grow was suppressed by the dense cloud cover. The group's visibility was limited to what their glowing cabochons could provide. An angry rumble of thunder heralded the arrival of the downpour, and the three were quickly soaked. Note to self, muttered Fraser, compile an art that keeps us dry in the rain. I'm surprised that you don't already have one. I can dry us readily in moments, but that does us no good when exposed to such weather. The mage shook his head. I never made it a point to stay in the rain long enough that I could not just dry off when I found shelter. Fair enough. I guess you're getting even more of a practical education, eh? This is true. Dense rain made the narrow trail muddy and treacherous. Gale-force winds tussled the canopy. When the jungle opened up into a shrubby field, lit by the cloaked morning sun, the three found themselves fighting hard to keep from being blown back. As they came within reach of a grove of trees, a sharp crack could barely be heard over the chaos of the wind. Brax looked up, barely in time to see a falling tree branch coming for them. "Look out!" he bellowed. The two men tried to scramble, but it happened too fast. Growlnick, having not understood the warning, took the brunt of the damage, but all three were knocked aside by the limb. "Arr, shit, Fraser, are you okay?" A rustle of leaves responded. "I am unharmed, I just need to get out from under this." Thankfully, the limb was not particularly dense, and while the Maverick and Uruk came out of it bruised, Fraser's barrier jacket absorbed the blow. "You remembered this time," Brax grunted as he extricated himself from the debris, untangling his pack from the branches. "Good. I suspected I would need it." "Oh no!" He was similarly untangling himself and reached out as the tent and bedroll attached to Brax's pack broke loose and caught in the gale. "Shit!" Brax flailed for it, but only managed to fall back to the muddy ground, barely catching the canvas with the tips of his fingers before it was torn from his grasp. "So much for a dry place to shelter if we needed it," he muttered. "Let's get out of the open. This wind is too much." Fraser helped pull branches and leaves off of Growlnick, who was struggling to free himself. Once the three had the relative shelter of the jungle to serve as a windbreak, they were able to assess the damage more closely. It wasn't serious enough to stop over, but they couldn't tend to their injuries in the storm. They pressed onward. The trail remained difficult to tread as they approached a narrow river whose banks had flooded. The bridge across appeared stable, but the water was nearly flowing over top of it. "If you would permit me," Fraser started. He stepped onto the bridge and placed a hand in the water, mage light exploring the structure. "Yes, it looks like the flow of water is pressing against this, but I do not feel anything yielding from its strength. This should be safe to cross." Trusting the mage's judgment, Brax led the way across without issue. Being close to the river meant the trail itself was caked with muddy bogs, and navigating around them proved difficult. At one point, they had no choice but to forge through sludge that was knee-deep on Fraser, as no better trail seemed evident. The Uruk was grateful the work boots he took from Targroth's possessions were firmly laced, as he otherwise would have lost them when he stumbled into a thick section of mire that came up to his hip and required all of his strength to pull free. Once they had reached more solid footing, the three took a brief break to rest and recover. "This is proving to be more exhausting than I expected," Brax admitted as he poured muddy water out of his boots. His bare feet were covered in debris. "I will admit I was not expecting to traverse a swamp." Fraser was wringing out his socks before he shook his head and tried to conjure his cleansing water. The wind whipped the bubbling froth from his hands. "Good gods, this is unpleasant." It took the mage 3 more tries before he could get a hold of the elementary art sufficiently to clean their clothing, skin, and, in the case of Gralnick, fur. "I don't much relish hiking in soaking wet boots, but I'll take that over the mud." Brax pulled his footwear back on and laced them up tight. Once dressed and ready to get moving, they continued their journey. The trail danced forward and away from the churning river. Thankfully, they did not encounter any further swampland that they couldn't navigate more safely, using a detour. Though wet and miserable, they pressed on. The Uruk knew they were getting close, as he could feel the Fomoric energies becoming stronger. They were not to a point where they might influence his mind, but he suspected that come nightfall, that would change. Finally, as they approached what Brax estimated to be midday, they broke free of the jungle and saw the first signs of civilization. The land had been widely cleared for farmland and pastures. Fields of crops lay battered and crushed by the persistent storms. Buildings of stone and woodwork, some with their roof missing, dotted the landscape. In the distance was a palisade surrounding more dwellings. Fraser pointed toward a nearby farmhouse. "Let us take shelter for a moment, if you please," he shouted above the wind. "That one appears of sturdy make." Brax nodded in agreement and led the way to the stone cottage. The porch was well worn, but solid. The entry was compact, and the tall Uruk had to duck to avoid hitting his head. Fraser raised his glowing cabochon to get a view of the interior before seeking a bench to rest on. I wonder if it may be wise to wait for the storm to finish blowing itself out before we continue. "I don't think we have time to wait," said Brax, dripping. "Once night falls, we risk coming under the influence of the artifact, right? How fast does it take hold of our minds?" "It depends on our strength of will," the mage admitted. He removed his shoe and shook out a pebble. "But yes, I see your point." Blah! In a sudden motion, he threw his shoe at something. Brax snapped his vision toward the direction of Fraser's aim and watched as the leather shoe sailed past the head of an accursed, eyes staring at them with a faint ruby glow. The Uruk quickly adopted a combat stance, then stopped. The skeleton had made no move toward them. On the contrary, it took a wary step back, a bony hand held up in a warding gesture. It's not attacking? Fraser lowered his hand, mage light fading as he released his hold on his arcane art. doesn't look like it. The skeleton was in bad shape, with a severed foot, a number of ribs missing, a crooked spine, and a great crack in its skull. It appeared humanoid, and Brax easily towered over it by a couple of feet. This is unusual behavior. Fraser stood and slowly walked toward the skeleton, giving a slight bow. My apologies at the impolite response. May I retrieve my shoe? The skeleton had no response. It merely stared at the mage for long moments. I presume I have your consent. The two kept a wary eye on each other as Fraser retrieved his improvised missile and returned to the bench he had been resting on. When I viewed the properties of the artifact we found, Brax, I did not discover anything related to the taming of a cursed, merely the creation of them. Is it safe for us to be here, you think? Brax watched the creature as it moved to the hearth, stacking old, dry wood within. It slowly sought out a dusty flint and striking steel before feebly attempting to light the kindling. If you would permit me? Fraser approached carefully and created a tiny flame within his hand to light it with. The skeleton simply returned the flint and steel to its place on the mantle, then stood away, giving the visitors plenty of space. Before long, the dusty cottage was filled with light and warmth. I would not have expected the undead to be accommodating, Brax admitted. Then he paused. Does it understand us? He looked to the creature, but it showed no signs of comprehension. Perhaps it lacks the necessary organs to do so. Fraser pointed to his ear. Oh, that made sense. He wondered if it had a mind that he could touch before discarding that notion. Even if they were no longer living, Brax had no desire to tap into the power to invade one's thoughts. Well, if it's making no movement to attack and it's lighting a fire for us, I'm going to assume it wants us to make ourselves comfortable. The maverick, as if on cue, shook himself before laying down by the crackling fire. And Groundlick agrees. Brax set his pack on the floor, removed his boots, and started peeling off soaking wet clothes. Fraser did likewise. It shall take me a few moments to bring our garments and equipment back to a clean and dry state, the mage started, though we shall end up just as wet once we return outside. I'll take any reprieve at this point, said Brax. As Fraser worked on using his cleansing art to clean their clothing and draw out the water soaking it, Brax pulled some food from his pack and chewed on cold, smoked fish. He stared at the skeleton, and it stared back in silence. Excuse me. Feeling self-conscious, he took some dried fruit out and offered it to the skeleton, who merely put up a hand and shook its head. It understands the gesture, Fraser noted, so it somehow has its intelligence restored, even if it has not the flesh to hear us speak. The Uruk's mind wandered back to the undead, who had approached with mindless rage and murder in their empty eye sockets. What was the cause of such a vast difference here? There was little sense conjecturing until they found the artifact, however, and whoever was responsible for activating it. Perhaps they would have answers. Once everyone was clean and dry, they took a moment to look over the injuries Brax and Gralnick had sustained when the tree branch struck them. There are some salves that should ease the pain from these, said Fraser. Permit me. The pungent balm went far to ease the bruising Brax had suffered, and Gralnick clearly enjoyed the attention as he patted his heavy tail against the floorboards. With clean and dry clothes, food in their stomachs, and their injuries tended to, the three of them were feeling much improved. The skeleton, meanwhile, remained silent in watch, though it had the courtesy to turn away when the men had disrobed, turning back ever so slightly on occasion to see when it was safe to fully watch them again. I had never known skeletons to consider modesty, Fraser murmured. There is something exceptional to this situation. Yeah, Brax agreed. The skeleton had its head angled slightly, as if in thought. I'm not sure what to make of it, to be honest. There was little further reason to stay. One might say they were imposing, but Brax suspected the skeleton got few visitors. As they started packing up, the skeleton limped away for a few moments before returning with something in its hand. What's this? Fraser accepted the item, which appeared to be a smooth stone with a series of carved runes and a hole drilled through its center. Is this for me? The skeleton, predictably, did not respond, merely pressing the stone into Fraser's hand. You have my deepest thanks, he said, offering a polite bow. The skeleton gave a bow of its own in turn, bones creaking. What's that, then? Brax asked, curious. The mage closed his eyes and wrapped his hands around the stone. Brax suspected if Fraser's eyes had been open, he would have seen that opalescent gleam that was the telltale mark he was peering into its properties. Fascinating. It appears to be a prayer stone. Normally, this holds no power, but this creature must have been holding it in prayer for some time to imbue it with its hope. It can ward a small amount of entropic energy, but this is not a traditional methodology. The ward is delicate. Well, the skeleton clearly wants you to have it. Brax gave a soft smile. Maybe this was someone's grandmother once or something, and you look like her grandson? Perhaps. Either way, this is an appreciated gift. He strung it onto the necklace with his whistle and key. Thank you, whoever you may be. Gralnick, come. He shouldered his pack and gestured for the maverick to join him at the door. Opening it showed that the fury of the storm had lessened to a degree, but the wind and rain still blew hard against the cottage. If we weren't racing against the setting of the sun, he grimaced at the thought of his warm, dry clothes becoming soaked again. I fear there is nothing else for it. Judging by Fraser's expression, he was of similar mind. Let us continue onward. He stepped outside, followed by Gralnick, then Brax. They had taken a few steps out into the rain when the Uruk thought he heard a voice. Release us. He turned back toward the cottage. The skeleton was there, hands clasped together as if it were pleading. Save us. Brax gave the accursed a nod. They would try. Okay, it is 12, almost 1 in the morning. And there's not a whole lot more to go, but I am starting to feel kind of shattered. So, we're going to wrap it up for this week, and we will continue this story next week. So I reached level 70 in my spiritographer rank. So I'm no longer 69, I'm not nice anymore. And that's where I've been getting my sound effects. It's an app called Spirit City Lo-Fi Sessions, which I might as well exit. Okay. Yeah. My brain is not braining. What's the usual thing that we do when we wrap up stream? We try to find somebody to raid, right? But I hope you all have been enjoying a great big chunk of stuff from the artifacts of Argent Isle. We will finish this next week. We will absolutely finish next week. And then we might have some, I'm thinking Final Fantasy Tactics. That's going to be a very long game, but everybody's saying that I should enjoy it. And Why not? Last year we did Bastard Bonds. It took us probably like 3 to 6 months to do or something. It was a long tactical game, but we made it through it. It's going to be another long tactical game, and it's not going to be as obscure. But it won't have orcs in it, sadly. Alas. But I want to thank all of you for popping in, saying hi, keeping me company, listening in. Whether you're listening in live or checking out the VOD, I appreciate you. And I hope you've been enjoying. This story is definitely not perfect. Like, as I read things, I'm like, oh, that's bad phrasing. Oh, that's awkward. Oh, that's a little cringe. Um, that's just how it is. I meant to set those expectations at the beginning, but I forgot because today's been a day. Let's go raid Robot Spacer. Operating under the assumption that Robot Spacer is not wrapping up stream, so I should probably find out. Are you gonna load? Nope, they're doing stuff. Okay, let's go say hi. They're playing point-and-click adventure games. I like point-and-click adventure games. I need to figure out how to do the buttons. Read Robot Spacer. So, we're gonna go say hi. Now, as we wrap up for the night, I want to wish you all a happy Orktober. Hope that you are all tapping into your inner orcs. But I also want to remind you all that you matter, you are important, you are cherished, and you are missed when you're not around. You deserve to be you. You can conquer the challenges that come your way. Have courage, be strong, and until next time, take care. Bye for now.